I would like to declare this meeting of Liverpool City Council for the 23rd of February officially open. To start the proceedings, I would like to read the following statement regarding the webcasting of council meetings. I'd like to remind everyone that in accordance with Council's Code of Meeting Practice, other than the public forum section, this meeting is being live streamed. To read out the Acknowledgement of Country and the Prayer of Council, I would like to invite Father Paul Mockenrud from All Saints Catholic Church. Please, Father. Could I ask everyone to please stand?
Before we begin proceedings, we would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and their ancestors past and present. The Cabrugal clan of the Daruk Nation. I also acknowledge that this land was accessed by people of the Dhurawal and Daruk nations. Affirmation of Council. Yep. We affirm our hope and dedication to the good government of our city and the well-being of all of Liverpool's residents, no matter their race or creed. Tonight we affirm our hope for sound decision-making by Council, which will improve the quality of life in our city. We express our expectations and best wishes for Australia, our nation's future, the Mayor, councillors and staff of Council, and all those associated with good government in Liverpool. And so we pray. The author of the biblical letter of St. James writes, quote, "You must understand this, my friends, that everyone be quick to listen, slow to anger. For your anger does not produce God's righteousness." Almighty God, we gather in a spirit of gratitude for the many gifts in our city, especially our people. May our civic leaders gathered here recognise and encourage the great efforts of so many. May they work together to enable citizens to fulfil their aspirations, develop individual, family and group potential, and hence contribute to the building up of our communities and our great city. May they support those who are struggling or new to our area by lessening anxieties wherever possible and providing new or renewed opportunities. Notwithstanding their different perspectives, may they conduct council business in a spirit of mutual respect and shared commitment to the common good. May their service be humble, relevant, generous and honest. May they inspire unity in the diversity of interests in our city by the way they manage diversity amongst themselves. May they receive encouragement for their efforts and find creative balance between public service, professional demands and personal and family needs. May their efforts enable substantial benefits for Liverpool and the southwest of Sydney. In God's name we pray. Amen.
Cheers. Thank you, Father. Please be.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains across the seas with boundless plains to share. With courage let us all combine to advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Thank you, everybody. Please be seated. And thank you very much, Father, for your well wishes and prayers for all of Council. Could you please pass on the best wishes of myself and all the councils here to your congregation and wish them all the very best? Do we have any apologies? No? I would like to officially welcome Councillor Green to her first council meeting in the chambers. She was out last time with COVID, and it's great to see you here and have a full contingent of all councils who've recovered well. We'll now move on to condolences. And it's with heavy heart that I read the condolence motion for Mr. Harry Hunt, OAM. Tonight we pause to honour the life of Harry Hunt, OAM, also known as Mr. Liverpool, a giant within our local community. Harry Hunt sadly passed away this month on the 9th of February, aged 77. Harry was a third-generation Chinese Australian. He was born in September 1944 in Warialda, a small town in the Northwest Slopes region of New South Wales. He was the youngest of 7 children, born to parents Long Win Gin and Harry Hin Hunt. His father had run the general store in Warialda for several years before Harry's birth. Shortly after Harry was born, the Hunt family relocated to Sydney, where Harry's father and older brothers began several businesses, operating fruit shops, before later venturing into the motel industry. Hunt's Motel at the Crossroads on the Hume Highway began as an 11-unit motel in 1960. Initially helping to run the family enterprise, Harry eventually took over of the management of the motel and on-site restaurant, and he later became the sole owner. Harry clearly shared his family's entrepreneurial spirit. Under Harry's leadership, the motel expanded significantly. He also worked hard to make the restaurant successful and was an early proponent of outdoor dining. The restaurant was long known as Hunt's Seafood Restaurant, catering for the increasing appetite of Sydney seafood diners. Over Harry's long tenure as Hunt's proprietor, the business expanded to the large 134-room hotel it is today, with function and conference facilities. As a successful local business owner, Harry was heavily involved with the Liverpool Chamber of Commerce and served as president of the organisation for 13 years. He was also president of the Liverpool City Liquor Accord and recently served as a judge for the Western Sydney Business Awards. He was also a long-time supporter of the Greater Narellan Business Chamber and Cabramatta Chamber of Commerce. Harry was also the president of the Southwest Sydney Tourism Association and worked hard to promote the region as an attractive destination. He was also an active member of Liverpool City Council's Tourism and CBD Committee. Harry was a vocal proponent of a second airport being constructed at Badgerys Creek, calling for the project long before the federal government officially gave it the green light. Harry's many philanthropic efforts are perhaps the most significant aspect of his legacy. I can only mention a few of these. Harry was a long-time member of the Liverpool Rotary Club, chairman of the Liverpool Red Shield Appeal, and a supporter of the Red Cross and Lifeline MacArthur. He was also a sponsor of the Shining Stars Foundation, and he would donate 150 or more meals to the homeless every single week. Harry's charity work benefited several local organisations, including Liverpool Hospital, the Ingham Institute of Applied Medical Research, and Liverpool SES. It has been estimated Harry's charitable efforts in the local community amounted to an average of $50,000 worth of donations every single year. He was also well known for the annual Christmas lunches he hosted for disadvantaged community members. And during the bushfire crisis of late 2019, early 20, Harry provided free accommodation to the people affected who had nowhere else to go. The extraordinary business and charitable achievements of Harry Hunt were recognised by several accolades, and he was awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia in 2007. Other awards included the Sir Alan Walker Foundation Award in 2014 for his contributions to Lifeline MacArthur, and several Liverpool City Council awards. These included the Business Person of the Year in 1990, a Companion of the Order of Liverpool in 2000, Citizen of the Year in 2005, and the Macquarie Award in 2017, and Senior Citizen of the Year in 2021. Harry Hunt was a dear friend and mentor to many who will be remembered for his generosity and infectious smile. The hundreds of condolence messages across social media marking Harry's passing are a testament to his widespread and remarkable impact on the people of Liverpool and beyond. His passing truly marks the end of an era and leaves a hole in the heart of our community. Harry's legacy will be felt by so many for years to come. Harry survived by his wife, Sibra, who he married in 1971. Sibra was a key part of Harry's success and supporter of many philanthropic efforts. Harry and Sibra celebrated their 50th wedding anniversary just last year. Harry is also survived by his children, Sue Lee, T, and Mei Lee, son-in-law Paul, and his grandchildren, Madeline and Lucy. I humbly express my condolences to his family and friends. Our thoughts and prayers are with Harry's loved ones during this difficult time. May he rest in peace. If I can now ask everyone to please stand for a minute of silence. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Just before moving I'd like to move that Council officially recognise Harry Hunt's contribution to the Liverpool community. So, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. And if I can maybe pass on to the Deputy if she'd like to say a few words. And any other council would like to say a few words as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I would like to say a few words about Harry Hunt, OAM. He was truly a remarkable individual. For the benefit of the new councillors and for those too young on council to have any knowledge of this truly remarkable man, I'd like to say just a few words. Harry was a man of great vision. Many of the things still to be addressed by this council in ways to encourage the visitation economy in Liverpool, Harry Hunt had already did and was doing some 20 to 40 years ago. As many of you know, Liverpool used to have parades through the street of Liverpool. Harry had a way of bringing everyone along with him. Doctors from Liverpool Hospital used to push hospital beds along the streets of Liverpool. Harry would arrange helicopters to drop, I think it was ping pong balls, onto the crowds with different prizes written on the ping pong balls. Harry made life fun. Harry made the community come together. Harry, as some of you know, rescued the Liverpool Chamber of Commerce when it went bankrupt, paying the Chamber's debts and breathing new life into the organisation. And as the Mayor has mentioned, he remained the president then for 13 years, often supporting Chamber events and business expos, all out of his own pocket. I do not think anyone ever in Liverpool has ever actually arranged a sitting of New South Wales State Parliament here in Liverpool, but Harry did. And that, I don't think that will be a thing easily done ever again. I don't think many people here know that it was Harry who had the foresight to build a tourism information centre here in Liverpool. Wouldn't that be nice to still have that here today? As I say, he was a man before his time and a man of great vision. Harry was a member of a small group that the Mayor just mentioned. I think the group was called the Badgerys Creek Airport Supporters, who were advocating for the airport here in Liverpool, perhaps 10 years before the state-federal government made any commitments. Harry was contacted by politicians of all colours. Whenever they wanted to know anything about Liverpool, they contacted Harry. To them, he was known as Mr. Liverpool, a name that stuck with him for the rest of his life. Harry's generosity to the community of Liverpool was unlimited, as already acknowledged by the Mayor. Through various disasters, he welcomed people who very often had nothing but the clothes on their back, not only to stay at Hunt's, but also he would provide them with a survival pack of essentials to get them through and make sure that they were always fed. During this pandemic, Harry was making hundreds of meals a day for stranded overseas uni students, the homeless, and all people just hard on their luck. One could go on and never end about Harry's giving to the community. His support of Lifeline, Southwest Academy Sport, Salvation Army, Liverpool Hospital, Inglis Medical Research. As we say, these are just a few. Mr. Liverpool, Harry Hunt, OAM, was a living legend that Liverpool will greatly miss. I thank you, Harry. And to Harry's family, his extended family and friends, I offer my sincere condolences. Rest in peace, Mr. Liverpool.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other further comments?
I'll make a quick one. Deputy Mayor commented on Harry's, he always had fresh ideas and he's always trying to improve Liverpool. I had the pleasure of being in a little workshop with him, I think it was last year during the CBD and Tourism Committee, and it was, I think you might have been him, it was
Absolutely.
you, me, Harry and a couple of other people, and he still had, fantastic ideas and was still pushing to improve Liverpool and get people to Liverpool. So, he still had that passion right up until one of the last times I saw him. So, my condolences to his family, and he will be missed, and he certainly was Mr. Liverpool. So, yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further comments, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, against, declare it unanimous. Thank you. Our next item is the minutes of the ordinary meeting, confirmation of the minutes. Moved Councillor Hadid. Councillor Harrell.
Can you hear me? Sorry. I have some questions. I'm not sure if we should debate this right now or whether we should actually move the approval of the minutes to the end of the meeting because there are some issues that need to be spoken about, and I imagine they will take some time. But I'm happy to ask the question now. First of all, do the mayoral minutes comply with the Code of Meeting Practice? And if not, how does this affect their legal position and outcomes of the previous meeting?
So we have a mover, Councillor. Do we have a seconder? Do we have a seconder for the minutes? Seconder, Councillor McNaught. So you have a question regarding the minutes, Councillor?
Sorry, I just gave the question.
Yeah, so you've got a question, just to follow the proper procedure about moving and seconding motions. Considering your motion is about procedural issues, I think we should ensure that we follow the procedure. So,
well, usually I would have thought that the minutes won't be approved until the questions are answered, because at this stage it may raise the legality of the minutes. Therefore, if you approve them, do you understand what I'm saying?
100%. But so if it's a matter of we need to have a motion on the floor of council first moved and seconded, which we now have, which now we can go into the questions part of it. That's the procedure.
No, I didn't move the minutes. I was
No, Councillor Hadid moved the minutes.
It says Councillor Hall, so...
Yeah, sorry, yep, Councillor Hadid, so Councillor McNaught.
So the question was, in the previous council meeting, we had 6 mayoral minutes. Those mayoral minutes, do they actually comply with the Code of Meeting Practice? And if not, how does this affect their legal position and the outcomes of council acting on those minutes?
No? When you discuss, huh? We'll do it after the meeting. Yeah? Yeah, I think so. We'll do it after. Let's just get through. Yeah, no worries. Well, I think it's a procedural thing, so it's a thing through the CEO, yeah. Well, I think there's nothing confidential about that warrants it going into closed session, so I can.
Well,
Unless you want to move that we go into closed session, councillor, and provide the justification.
Okay, happy to do that. Move into closed session at the end of
Can you please cite what section of the Act, what section of the Code of Meeting Practice, under what pretense you'd like to go into closed session?
I don't want to bring the council into disrepute, so I imagine that we need to discuss that at that time.
Would you know what section of the Code of Meeting Practice that is, councillor?
I do not know the code. I know the Code of Meeting Practice.
I think it's very important because if you're
Yes.
citing a breach of the Code of Meeting Practice,
Yes,
then you
we
should
have a
quote the Code of Meeting Practice when you're going into it, if you know what I mean.
have a legal person here, and I would suggest that the legal person be asked. But it is in our Code of Meeting Practice, section 8.9.
Section?
8.9.
Yeah, that's about the mayoral minutes, correct?
Yes, yes.
But I'm saying if you want to move in the closed session, it'd be great if you could.
Oh, I see.
If you can cite the section of the Act, because we can't just go into closed section, because the community, we need to be transparent with the community.
I
So
cannot.
I think it's important that when we're transparent, we say we're going into closed section under section XXX of the Act. That way it could be noted in the minutes appropriately.
I do not know offhand the section.
Mm-hmm.
However, I'm sure our legal section would be able to advise that.
Well, you can ask through the CEO if you'd like, councillor.
Through the CEO,
I will hand it over to our legal counsel, Jen.
Thank you. Through the CEO, there are only a number of sections under 10A of the Local Government Act 1993 which allows the council to move into closed session. If I may just have a moment to read through those in an attempt to see if any of those are fitting in terms of what may or may not be discussed running off section 8.9 of the Code of Meeting Practice.
And can I ask councillors that if you're, that in future that you prepare which item it is that you'd want to go into closed session? I think for the expedience of those who are who are here.
I'm happy for it to remain in open session if that's what you wish, Mr. Mayor.
I'm happy to know. That's not the point. The point is, you're citing a Code of Meeting Practice, and you're asking whether a mayoral minute is in line with the Code of Meeting Practice. The Code of Meeting Practice also states that if you'd like to move in closed session, you have to cite under what pretense and legislation. So it'd be like if we don't cite it, then I'd be saying, well, have we gone into it properly? You know what I mean? Because we're all bound by the Code of Meeting Practice. So, councillor, can I recommend that we defer the matter, defer the moving of the minutes to the end of the meeting? By that time, you can find out exactly what section you'd like to move into Code of Meeting Practice.
I'm happy to cite a section of the Act because I've got some questions as well. So section 10A to G, advice concerning litigation or advice that would otherwise be privileged from production in legal proceedings on the ground of legal professional privilege.
Okay, that's the section. Is that the council you'd like to move, Councillor Harrell?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I'm happy to move that.
Is the mover and seconder happy to just accept that? As opposed to moving the minutes, Councillor Hadid, are you happy to accept that we just defer it? Councillor Hadid, I say, are you happy to accept the deferral as opposed to?
I don't mind it.
Yep, seconder happy with that? Okay, move that it gets deferred, move into closed session under the Sec 10A2G of the Local Government Act. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Thank you. Pardon? Yep, you're right. Next item on the meeting is declarations of interest. Great. We'll now move into the public forum.
Mr Mayor, excuse me, before we move on to the public forum, I have an urgency motion.
Yes, Councillor, what's your urgency motion?
I have sent it through to you earlier and it is in regards to Civic Place. I also would like to move that into closed session because of the commercial nature of what we may discuss, but I'm not certain what part of the Act that falls under either.
I think that would fall under the same one, Councillor.
Okay, I apologise, but yes.
Yeah. Well, Councillor, you, having shared that and knowing the contents of that, I'm happy to accept that as urgency motion, which we can discuss in closed session.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we'll now move into the public forum. I'd like to invite Mr. Robert Story, who would like to address the matter on the Cooper's Paddock Vegetation Management Plan. Minutes, of which there are two. The first one is regarding the 2021 election. If I can. Democracy is a foundation on which Western society is built upon. Envisioned by the ancient Greek philosophers, we now benefit immensely from this concept, so much so that many countries in the world envy our system and processes. Fundamental to this is allowing voters the opportunity to hear what their candidates have to say. This mayoral minute acknowledges the wonderful efforts of U8F Fitness and the Liverpool Chamber of Commerce in organising live stream discussions with the 2021 mayoral candidates so the community could hear from their candidates. And I'd like to move that Council acknowledge and thank U8F Fitness for their efforts in preparing 2 live stream mayoral candidate discussions during the 2021 election period. 2, acknowledge and thank the Liverpool Chamber of Commerce for their efforts in organising a mayoral candidate presentation during the 2021 election period. 3, write to both organisations to formally thank them. And just if I can speak for the motion, councillors, the effort of U8F Fitness, who is a for want of a better term, a gym, put significant amounts of effort and resources to go above and beyond to organise this. And for those who were there, Councillor Haggerty, Councillor Harrell would have seen that, you know, from microphones to videos to the wonderful catering that was there, setting it up. Has nothing to do with the gym, but it just demonstrates the community spirit that the organisation has, and allowing people to listen and hear the views of councillors and encourage that, and live streaming it during COVID and all the challenges was an amazing effort. So I think I want to thank them. And the Chamber of Commerce also, who has been doing this for many, who have been doing this, I think, customary for the last few elections that I'm aware of. Councillor Haggerty? Yeah,
I know you turned up about 15 minutes late, but we did another one with 2GLF. Can we? Oh yeah, sorry, 2G. I forgot about that one. Thank you. Can we add them to that as well? Correct. Yes, I was walking through the streets of Liverpool while I was doing that one. Yes. I remember it well. Yeah. Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Councillor Haggerty. So we can add to point 3, which says the same thing, but acknowledges 2GLF as well, or point 4. Do you mind if I speak in favour of this? Yep. As someone else who also attended these, I agree with everything the Mayor said. I know Paps and Tanya put in a fair bit of work to organise these, and the feedback that they got and I got, and I'm sure the other candidates got, was that, you know, a lot of questions they had about council and how local government worked were answered for the first time, well, in their case, through watching that, through watching those sessions. So. Since then, I've actually put them in touch with Gal and the guys at the district forums to see if there isn't some sort of synergy we can get there to better inform our citizens, because this stuff shouldn't happen every 4 years. Our citizens should be informed. But also, just on the point of democracy, agree 100%. There's a quote that sort of, you know, democracy is a process, not a static condition. It's something we have to keep working on and keep improving. And you know, we see around the world how that can quickly slip away. Voter intimidation, dishonest politics, that kind of thing. We don't want to go down that road. So I commend this mayoral minute, and yeah, congratulations to the organisations that were involved. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Calienda?
Yeah, can I just add something really quickly, Mr. Mayor? I think it's even more significant that organisations like 2GLF, U8 Fitness and the Chamber of Commerce have stepped up, because these sorts of things used to be done by the local papers, and as we've seen the last few years, you know, our local papers are no longer what they were in terms of providing information and awareness to our community. Just last night, I was at the Eastern District Forum, where a lot of the residents who turned up there were talking about how they didn't know what the results of the election were because of the loss of our local papers. So I think the fact that these civic ordinarily they wouldn't have been known as civic organisations, but now they are civic organisations, have stepped up to build awareness in our community is really significant, and I'd also like to acknowledge and thank them for their efforts.
Yeah, great point, Councillor. Thank you. Very good. Any other Deputy Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Can I have a look at the motion again? I think there's a number for right to the organisations, not both.
Thank you. Any other further discussion? No. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, declare it carried.
Can we note that that was unanimous?
Yes, thank you. Yes, please. The next item is about a new depot. The basics of local government are the 3 R's: roads, rates and rubbish. Never in Liverpool's history has this been more important than it is today. Council employees at the depot work hard to deliver the community that we all expect. However, they can't do this without the right equipment, tools and support. These employees also deserve to work in conditions and facilities that are best practice. This mayoral minute calls on council to immediately upgrade the Rose Street depot. And I'd like to move that council immediately start the process to lodge a DA to upgrade the Rose Street depot. 2, in the interim, identify alternate solutions to provide a better mechanical workshop immediately and delegate the acting CEO to action. 3, aim to have the construction of the new depot programmed in the 2023-2024 budget, if not earlier. 4, fund the upgrade for the DA from the General Reserve.
Just a point of order, Mayor.
Yes, Councillor.
I think we're going to get into this a little bit later with the minutes, but I am extremely uncomfortable with the process. I don't have any issue with the need to upgrade facilities and resources in regards to the depot. I've had long chats with the now acting CEO, and I'm quite keen to take a tour out to, I think it's City of Sydney and Blacktown, to see their depots, to see what best practice looks like. What I do have an issue with is being given, practically 5-10 minutes notice that we're going to undertake what will end up being a pretty significant spend. And 8.9 of the Motor Code of Meeting Practice, basically says that mayoral minutes matters that are routine, not urgent, and for which proper notice should be given because of their complexity. I think this meets the threshold of being complex. I'm all for it. And there's a process here, the community strategic plan, which we're about to undertake, budgeting, all for it. But I think there's a correct process here, and I just have an issue with it being raised as a mayoral minute. So that's my point of order.
Councillor, I think this is extremely urgent, and the most, other than Civic Place, the most urgent thing in front of council. Ultimately, as directors of an organisation, we have responsibility to our employees through the Work Health and Safety Act. We all went for that tour. You were there with us, Councillor Haggerty, which happened, I think it was 3 weeks ago, approximately. They're doing their best out there, but I'm significantly concerned, and there is an urgent requirement to upgrade those facilities and provide better working conditions. So I think the matter is very urgent.
So you can't wait till next month? Due notice can't be given? We can't get a report as part of the normal process?
Council, if I should be adding to the motion that council conducts an immediate inspection of against the numerous pieces of legislation that affect that depot. There are significant. If it wasn't council, we would have closed it down. Put it that way. There are significant issues there, and if you didn't see them, I can't. What they call it. Express to you how important they are. You can feel free to ask the other councillors if you want to, Councillor.
I'm happy to move that as an urgent motion.
Yeah. Would you prefer that, Councillor? I'll happy to take it as an urgency motion.
Happy to second.
The issue is not the issue is the complexity. So.
All right. Well, sorry, Councillor. I overrule that as a. I don't accept that as a.
So you're withdrawing it as a mayoral minute?
Pardon?
So sorry. Are you withdrawing it as a mayoral minute?
Well, I don't accept that your argument that that's not urgent. You know, if I see people who are working in conditions that should be much better, to me that's vital and urgent of this council, right? But if I get your point about, you know, complexity, right? But to me it's not that complex. If you see, yeah, we could probably go into closed session. I can talk a bit more freely, but some of the things that I saw that were very concerning from numerous elements, which I don't want to go into detail at this point in time. But it's pretty. You need a depot. You know, you need a mechanical workshop where somebody can actually go under a vehicle and actually work on it in a safe environment. You know, every mechanical workshop would have a pit. We don't even have a pit. We can't even get our trucks into the depot because the building is built, I think, in the 50s or 60s. You know, so we've got to build a new building. We build buildings all the time. At the end of the day, if we don't prioritize this or do something about it, right? We will see the issues that we're having outside with maintenance at the moment. But more importantly, there are work health and safety issues that we need to attend to. And everyone saw it a few weeks ago. I was expecting motions, but no one put up a motion about it. So yeah, Councillor Green.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm reluctant to support the motion as is. If I had a scope of work that could explain what the issues are and what was the work that would be carried out, I would feel more confident. But as the motion is, I would be reluctant to agree, because I don't feel I have enough information in front of me to be able to make an informed and well-balanced decision.
Unfortunately, well, I think this is where it becomes an operational issue for the staff to do. Councillor Harrell?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I have the same concerns. I took the tour with you, and certainly there are issues there that need to be looked at. But, however, I think there are more pressing issues with that. Do we really want to spend multi-millions of dollars, and there were figures quoted as to what that cost would be for the workshop? We're looking at millions of dollars. That depot has been there before I got into Liverpool, and I would think that Liverpool expanding at the rate that it is, that may not necessarily be the best place to spend a lot of money doing up a depot. You know, we're expanding out towards the airport, and I would think that maybe we should be looking at something more modern, closer to the airport, rather than spend many millions of dollars fixing this place up when that money would be better spent going to possibly looking at a new location for a new depot. That's the sort of thing that if this had been a project or a plan that had come to council for debate, we could debate these issues and then decide, are we looking at this? For instance, just one quick example. We said, and I had a look at the workshop, there was one RFS truck in there and I think another car, or another truck. We have highly specialised equipment that is not normally around the other areas. So that highly specialised equipment, I would think council probably hasn't got the necessary staff to actually look at that and fix it. So I would think that you would have to return it to the supplier for any major repair work. I would think it requires, I used to work in a mechanical workshop. My father is a motor mechanic, and I can tell you to do repair work on diesel engines requires highly trained experts, the kind of people that council probably wouldn't employ. I would think you would need to look at this in greater detail. This is not just a simple notice of motion that we can approve on 4 points. I think it really needs to go to a session, a briefing session, where we can look at this in detail and look at the consequences of our actions.
Point of order,
yes.
Mr Mayor. Given that it's now come up as a motion of urgency, are we able to move a foreshadowed motion?
It's come up, but it still is a mayoral minute because I don't believe that it doesn't meet the requirements of. So I know he said he's happy to move it. So we haven't formally done it, but happy to accept amendments, or if you recommend any.
Sure, because I think the gist of the discussion that I'm getting is that there is no disagreement that the depot needs work, that there are issues that need to be addressed as you have said, is a matter of urgency. However, in response to a couple of the points in the mayoral minute, in terms of allocating an undisclosed amount in the budget, funding an upgrade that has no scope of works, or there's no sort of dollar tag attached to this. I think in terms of fulfilling our fiduciary duty as councillors, as directors of this organisation, and being careful and prudent with ratepayers' money, we need to have more information in front of us to make a better judgment call about, what we are deciding on right here. As you have said, you're expecting, motions to come before us following the tour of the depot that you did, giving us, a mayoral minute 5-10 minutes before a council meeting, I don't believe is the most courteous way to go about doing that. So if you were to change the last 2 points to bring back a report to the next meeting of council, so that we have time to have a briefing, so that we are able to understand exactly what the scope of works are, I believe that would probably result in the same outcome that you would like.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough, Councillor, and I look forward to maintaining that level of prudence as we go forward in the agenda on other things that are before us. So you're saying amend which point? The point number...
So amend points 3 and 4 to bring back a report to the March council meeting to identify a scope of works, so that we have an actual amount that we're looking at, so that we actually understand what the outcomes of the works will... works to be undertaken are.
Yeah, I'm happy.
And a timeline.
I'm happy to accept that.
Mayor, can I just also add something to that? Bring back a report to the next meeting identifying the scopes of work and the issues involved that you referred to, that would be probably more able to speak about in confidential, that we are not able to speak about here. But if that could be included in the report, I think that would cover everything off.
Happy to accept that, Councillor.
Just a question.
Yeah.
Yep. In regards to the occupational health and safety issues, are they being addressed? Is there a plan to address them? And if not, then that needs to be included in the motion as well. So that's probably through you to the relevant director or through the CEO.
Yeah.
We are addressing them, yeah.
Councillor Hadid.
Yeah, well, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I want to bring to your attention, it's not the first time Council raised the issue of the Rose Street Depot. We have raised this issue too many times. It's not the first time. And we spoke about it, and we said, well, it has to be maintained or moved somewhere else. And we're still waiting a report from the council. This issue, it's raised years ago. For someone to come today and tell me, well, look, we have to discuss it, we have to know about it. Well, if the questions comes from the new council laws, well, this is fine. But us, we've been on council for more than 8 years, 13 years, myself and Councillor Hart. We raised this issue. Why the council did not do anything about it? And now we need a report. Well, I can refer the questions now to the acting CEO, who was in the depot. He knows the depot very well, and he knows what sort of maintenance need the depot. Or can I ask him this question through you, Mr. Mayor?
Sorry, Councillor, what was the question again? How the condition of the depot?
The condition of the depot.
My opinion on that, it's below par.
To my understanding, the staff over there and the workers are very stressed about the environment of the work. Can you tell us about it?
That would be a fair assessment.
If there is any need to do something about it right now,
that would be a fair
or
assessment.
just leave it for next term.
That would be a fair
in
assessment.
2.5 years.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hadid. So I think there was a master plan that was done on the depot in 2018. So that's 4 years ago now. And how long are we going to wait? This is about our responsibility in acting immediately and making it. And just to put this into context, we are building a $200+ million council chambers for some reason, where we're good in which I did start, thank you, Councillor Haggerty, at $70 million, right, with a tenant at Wollongong University. Well, now there is no tenant, and we now have a budget overrun, which wasn't reported to us. So, which we can talk about that later on. So to think that and what message does that send to the people, the 250 people who work down at the depot? Yeah, they need action. They need something to happen there, and that's what this is about. So thank you, Councillor Hadid. And how would I put it? If anything, I should have called an extraordinary meeting 3 days after our visit to actually do something about it. So I have to apologise to the people down at the depot for wasting 2 weeks when we should have actually done something 2 weeks earlier about this. Now that we have the motion, any other further speakers? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? And declare it carried.
Can we also record that as unanimous, Mayor?
Is that unanimous? Yes. Thank you. Next item is in the agenda, Plan 01, number 6, page 64 in the agenda.
Mayor, I have a question.
Just one moment, Councillor. Sorry, about the post-exhibition report for the Liverpool LEP, Local Environmental Plan 2008, amendment number 88, and to Liverpool Growth Precincts Development Control Plan at 1370 Camden Valley Way, Leamington. Just before we go to questions, can we just have I'd prefer if we have a mover of a motion, then we proceed into questions, if that's okay. Moved, Councillor Harrell.
Seconded.
Seconded, Deputy Mayor. Would you like to speak for your motion, Councillor Harrell? Would you like to speak for it?
No, I'm happy with the recommendation.
Yeah, reserve your right to reply. Councillor Caliendo, your questions?
Yes, I'm just a little bit concerned about the response from Transport for New South Wales in terms of the future traffic impact of it. I note that in Council's response, we've said that the cumulative traffic there's no need for amendment to this planning proposal because it will be dealt with a future DA. Can I just get some clarification as to how that will work and how we'll ensure that that we're getting an accurate identification of the traffic impacts on this?
I'll refer that to David Smith.
Thank you, Councillor. And through the Acting CEO, obviously the planning proposal, it's a high-level proposal. We consider the likely traffic impacts of the development, but the actual detail of those traffic impacts is usually determined at a DA stage. The cumulative traffic assessment was undertaken as part of the planning proposal. Excuse me, and there is also an amendment to the planning proposal, to the DCP to deal with the ingress and egress from the site. So we're comfortable, our traffic engineers are comfortable that Transport for New South Wales concerns have been appropriately addressed. Thanks.
Thank you. Are you speaking for or against, Councillor?
For.
Yes, Councillor.
But just a question. Road widths. I don't want to see a situation here where we approve small road widths and 10 or 15 years later, ratepayers are lugged with having to put in indented parking or some other solution to fix things up. We've seen what's happening in places like Preston's, in Cecil Hills, lots of places where the roads are too small and residents are being fined for parking on the verge because that's the most sensible thing to do, and the road rules aren't particularly sensible when it comes to parking on the verge. So, what are we doing in regards to road width in regards to this application?
Through the CEO.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Acting CEO, I'll need to take on notice the question about the road widths within this area. I don't have that information in front of me, but what I can advise Council is in relation to particularly the Austral release area. Council will recall that we have done a DCP amendment for the Austral Leppington North area to deal with that issues, to allow indented parking bays and two-way traffic in that area. But I'm happy to take that question on notice specifically, have a look at what the road widths are, and if we believe that a further amendment to the DCP is needed in this area, then we can raise that at the strategic panel and a report back to Council.
So through the CEO, is the DCP is the right mechanism to achieve that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the CEO, yes, it is.
Thank you. Any other further discussion?
Just sorry, Mr. Mayor, just another question. Sorry, someone else?
No.
Just another question to the Director. In terms of those road widths, this particular development is shared by Liverpool Council and I believe Camden Council. How would that impact if we decide that we want wider streets, Camden doesn't? What happens there?
So, just before you let councillors, can I ask that when you ask questions, that you address them through the CEO, please, just for meeting practices?
David?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the acting CEO, this site is wholly within the Liverpool City local government area, but I understand your point is the DCP is shared with Camden. If we are to propose changes to the DCP that have an impact on Camden, given it's also within the growth centre, we work with Camden Council and the Department of Planning Environment to have those discussions. So we can't unilaterally change the DCP because it's a growth centre's DCP without those discussions, particularly with DPI, which would also involve Camden.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. This is a planning matter, so we need all names recorded. Unanimous? Against? No one against? I declare the motion unanimous. Councillors? Yeah. Cool. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is on page 76, Plan 02, Special Flood Considerations Clause in the Liverpool LEP 2008.
Happy to move that way, Mr Mayor.
Move, Deputy Mayor.
I'll second that.
Seconded.
I did, yes. Sorry.
Seconded, Councillor Harrell. Is there any discussion, Deputy Mayor? Would you like to speak for your motion?
No, Mr Mayor. Following the advice of the council, the additions into that seem to be pretty straightforward. And I think that it's a wise decision for them to be included into the considerations.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? I declare it unanimous. The next item on the agenda is Plan 03 on page 85 of the booklet, which is a status update on a planning proposal request at Lot 6, Newbridge Road, Moorebank.
Happy to move that way, Mr Mayor.
Move, Deputy Mayor. Seconded, Councillor Harrell. Is there any discussion, Deputy Mayor, or would you like to speak for your motion?
No, once again, it's fairly obvious. You know, that is what we're required to do in that section of the land along there, and this is just following the procedures of council. So,
thank you. I would like, if I can, Deputy Mayor, to add an extra point onto the
proposal,
onto the motion.
Mm-hmm.
A point to that council is. Well, before I move it, if I can speak. The Director of Planning recently met with the proponents of the site, and there's been an agreement that there is a series of meetings over the next 4 to 6 week period to go through all the planning issues with regards to this proposal, with the objective of being able to clearly rule in or out whether there is opportunity for this to be potentially rezoned to a different use. So the officers are going through a process to be able to rule that out, and they'll report back to us. So there is progress. There is a roundtable discussion, and I guess we'll find out where we'll get a status update towards the end of that to see if this what will happen to so we finally can move on in one form or another.
in reference to that, Mr Mayor, everybody is cooperating and sitting down at the table, which is a vast improvement from where it was before.
Yeah. So I think the point too would be about noting that there is a series of roundtable discussions with the technical officers regarding these issues, with the aim of investigating whether they can be resolved. I'll say knowing rather than note. You know? Yeah, with the applicant and technical officers. Note that there is a series. Great. Any further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? I declare it unanimous. Next item is Plan 04, page 97. Planning proposal to amend Schedule 5, the Environmental Heritage of the Liverpool LEP, 2008.
Happy to move that, Mr Mayor.
Move Deputy Mayor.
Seconded.
Seconded Councillor Harrell. Any discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? I declare it unanimous. Next item is Plan 05, which is on page 102 of your booklets. The endorsement of submission on the discussion paper, a new approach to rezonings.
Just getting ahead of myself there. I'm happy to move as per the book with a slight amendment. Endorses the submission with minor amendments, and then, as it is in the book.
What are the minor amendments?
So, as discussed in the strategic forum, I think it was, or some briefing, there's just a couple of issues I think that came up that most councillors seem to agree, or all councillors seem to agree with, which was that there needs to be additional councillor input at the beginning of the process.
Could you put them in point form for the purpose of the motion so we can get a seconder before you speak for them, councillor?
Happy with that wording, yep. And this is not the one with the RICS, is it? No, that's the next one. And just, I know that we've put in there about strengthening the planning panel, or actually defining what the planning panel, but, supports the retention of a local planning panel.
Mr Mayor, if I can just ask some questions about this.
Sorry, can I ask before you do you have a seconder for the motion? Yeah. Seconder, Councillor Carneeb. Would you like to speak for your motion, Councillor Haggerty?
Yes, I think we can all agree that the current process is very long, and any way that they can make it more efficient and quicker is good for council, is good for the developers, is good for the government, it's good for taxpayers, it's good for ratepayers. So I like the fact that they're trying to improve and speed up the process. However, I think it's, in my opinion, it's weighted a little bit too far in favour of the developers, and we need to ensure that there is adequate community and council input in any major rezonings in the area.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, if I may, Mr Mayor, I'd just like to express my concerns with what I'm reading here. I admit that councillors need to know about, what is proposed in the LEP before it goes out on exhibition or if it's sent to Gateway. Councillors need to know what the community comments are before councillors even approve it to be sent to Gateway. Councillors need to know the decision of Gateway and any amendments necessary. And then there's a need for a second public exhibition of any amendments after being sent to Gateway that go back out on exhibition. So there's a need for a second exhibition, and only then can councillors in due diligence make resolution of council when it finally comes to council in the last occasion. Now, unless that's included in there, I can't see that you've got a plan which is going to permit councillors with due diligence to do their job, which is represent the community. So what I'm concerned about is that there is a need for, first of all, councillors to know what the proposal is in the first instance before it goes on exhibition to the community, because we have to know what is being sent out there to the community so we can discuss it with them, obviously. And councillors need to know the community comments before councillors approve it to be sent to Gateway. Then, obviously, councillors need to know the decisions of Gateway and any possible amendments to the plan before it goes out on a second exhibition. And after that, there is a need for councillors to know the comments of the community after that second exhibition. It's only if that is occurring within the plan that councillors are able to be able. So can I have a commitment from council that all those issues will be addressed in your submission?
David?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Acting CEO, there's some very good points that have been raised there. The current submission in draft that's in the business papers does include a recommendation from officers that additional councillor input at the beginning of the process is maintained, and council officers is recommending to council that the retention of the local planning panel in there. I don't have a problem if it's specifically spelled out in the resolution. It's already in the recommendation in our submission. Our current community participation plan already requires planning proposals to go on what's called pre-consultation, so before it goes to council, so that when we report a planning proposal to council with a recommendation about whether or not it should go to Gateway, councils understand what the community's views on that are. We're recommending that be retained, and we can check, and if it's not explicit in the submission, we can certainly add that in there. All those other parts of the process about formal public exhibition remain, and obviously council making a decision ultimately remains. The main concern from staff is effectively removing councillor involvement up front and really deferring it to the end of the process. And so our recommendation is that does not occur, and those other matters, as outlined in that resolution, are addressed by government.
Well, is that not saying that that in the first instance, when the plan first is formulated and it's shown to councillors, it then goes on exhibition and we listen to the community, and then after that point, council then will they amend the plan at that point to address the constituents' concerns, or do you just take them on note and then send it off to Gateway, noting the concerns of that's the part that I'm confused about. I want it to be clear that it's not just listening to the constituents, it's actually doing something about it that is important. So we needed to come to the councillors, let us know what's going out on exhibition. We need it then to go out on exhibition, the community to advise us as to what they feel about it all, and those concerns of the community are then addressed in the plans, and it is only after they've been addressed in the plans that then council can approve it to go to Gateway. Then when it comes back from Gateway, if there are amendments that have to be made to the plan because of Gateway, those amendments are made and then it goes on exhibition a second time, and then we listen to what the community says again, and then it comes back to council for a final decision. That's what I see as being necessary for councillors to be able to do due diligence. So if council can confirm for me that the submission will cover off those points.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Acting CEO, in effect it does. So the difficulty that we have is with proponent-led planning proposals. They follow a statutory process. So a planning proposal is lodged with council, is pre-planning proposal work that occurs. What we do is put it on preliminary community consultation as required by council's community participation plan. That has not been endorsed at that stage by council. It's simply we've received a planning proposal, we're putting it on community consultation as a preliminary process. We assess that planning proposal as officers, and then it goes to the local planning panel. This is the current process. goes to the local planning panel, who makes a recommendation to the elected council, and then we present a report to council about whether or not the planning proposal should proceed to a gateway. What there's proposing to change effectively is that initial report to council doesn't happen. It goes on public exhibition, all the assessments done, and then councillors get involved right at the end about whether or not council supports the proposal. So our recommendation is, as you've outlined, councillor, is to still maintain that councillor involvement up front. You're making a decision on whether to go to gateway or not based on community consultation. But then if it gets gateway, further community consultation will occur. So yes, the majority of those concerns that you've raised are included in council's submission. Thank you.
The majority, which one's missing?
Sorry, should rephrase. From me understanding exactly what you said there, I'm comfortable that your concerns are included. But of course, if there's any specifics that you want to be added in there, we're more than happy to consider those, and council can vote on those.
All right, just one sec. Councillor Hadid?
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Well, David, correct me if I'm wrong. The new proposed rezoning framework does now show the case has to go to the gateway. Is that correct?
Through the acting CEO, planning proposals right now have to go to gateway.
Yes, the new proposal.
Yep, this proposal means that they remove the gateway process altogether,
that's
except for, as I understand, council planning proposals. So proponent ones don't have to
that's good. So now Councillor Road, Deputy Mayor, so the last few sentences, councillors be advised of proposal before they go on public exhibition, and then be advised of community comment. Before proceeding to gateway, councillors then be advised of the outcome of the gateway and further community comment following the second consultation period. So there is no need for that one. If the new proposal, it says no gateway.
So in essence, if we actually go to it, the bottom point isn't required, but also the other 2 points, Councillor Haggie, that you've added to your motion aren't required because they're on page 782 in the attachment booklet, point 8 and point 9. So if you refer to them, it says clearly, point 8 says additional council involvement is included early in the process prior to exhibition to enable an indication of in-principle support at a political level. And point number 9 says the requirement for council to seek advice from the LPP is retained, and this element is accounted for in the proposed timeline. So if you have a look at page 782 in the attachment booklet, volume 2 of 3, it covers those 2 points there. So if you want, you can say highlight, or because they're already there.
Yeah, but it's vague, and my point is it's vague and doesn't. It just says it'll happen, but whether that's you get an email from them letting you know it happened, or whether it's there's input, it's the strength and it's the nature of that involvement that I'm raising.
Yeah, I'm just so in the submission. If we can move up to point 1, sorry if we can. Yeah, so we're endorsing a submission, which is in here. So it's like they're not going to write that twice. It's just I think they've already highlighted as the point is. So the other point is that even a point number 3? Do we add that? Is the mover and then another point 4. Is the mover and seconder happy with accept those as point 3s and point 4s as recommended by the Deputy Mayor?
They're redundant, but so yes.
Yeah, as are the other 2 points. So yes, so we'll put them on. Okay. Any other further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Declare it carried. Next item on the agenda is Plan 06. Page 113. Endorsement of submission on the New South Wales Government Infrastructure Contributions Reforms. Moved Councillor Harrell. Seconder, Councillor Moon. Any discussion?
Yeah, just the stuff about the RIC that we discussed at the briefing session. Just that there's a concession there from the previous minister that RIC money raised in the region will be spent in the region, but I think there's capacity in our submission to strengthen that to say, you know, where practical, money raised in Liverpool should be spent in Liverpool. Now, I get that there's the issue of if you put a train line through or a major road through, it'll cross several LGAs, but I still think that there needs to be stronger language there about making sure money that's charged in Liverpool is spent in Liverpool where practical.
Is that a motion or a comment, councillor?
Well, I'll ask a question through the CEO to the Director of Planning and Compliance. Are you comfortable that our submission on the RIC expresses that sentiment that was expressed by councillors at the briefing?
Thank you, councillor. Through the acting CEO, so recommendation 18 and 19 in the submission talks about the RIC. I don't have a problem at all to beef that up in relation to your comments, if that's the councillor's wish, that says where appropriate, regional infrastructure contributions that are paid from development in Liverpool is spent in Liverpool. We can certainly add that as a comment if that's what council wishes to do. Just to make a note that our submission does talk about money raised through the regional infrastructure contributions should be spent within the region and not elsewhere, but we can certainly be more specific on that matter. Thank you.
All right, well then, yeah, I'll raise an amendment. Council endorses the submission with following minor amendment that money raised through the RIC be spent in money raised in the LGA be spent in the LGA where practical. Is that beefy enough? Thank you.
Can I just query that? The region, at the moment it says spent within the region, with no definition of the region.
Mm. And can I also add a point to that I'm just mindful that does this potentially shoot us in the foot? Because if you look at, you know, the requirements of Liverpool LGA is much different than other LGAs. If anything, there's going to be a massive focus on infrastructure here related to the airport and the growth centres and the Aerotropolis. So I just wonder, you know, maybe the other councils are worried the money that's going to be collected from there and spent into our region where there is the majority of the growth. I just wonder if through the CEO, if the Director of Planning has any comments on that.
Thank you, Mayor. Through this acting CEO, it's a very good point. The question that was asked from Councillor Haggerty was, is it appropriate that we could put a recommendation to the Minister that money raised in Liverpool is spent in Liverpool? Yes, it's appropriate, but it's a good point that you raised that if the government chooses to do that, what if we need, and we know we do need, additional infrastructure? So development that is paid for, you know, a RIC outside Liverpool might then need to be used in Liverpool. So obviously that's a matter for council to decide, but it's a very good point you raise because ultimately RIC paid for in another area may very well need to be spent in Liverpool for some of the infrastructure that we need to provide for, or the government needs to provide for.
Can we add on to maybe Councillor Haggerty's point then, that acknowledge money raised in Liverpool we spent in Liverpool, practical, and also maybe something along the lines of, I'll word it up in a moment, but see what councils think about. Notwithstanding that, recognise that, you know, the significant amounts of new infrastructure and development is happening in our LGA, and our requirements are significantly different than existing LGAs. That you know, the government should look at potentially using RIC funds from other councils to this area. I know our other councils won't like that, but.
Rather than start World War III with our neighbouring councils, why don't we just say on a needs basis? And the argument is that we have a greater need than other councils. And because that's really what the issue comes down to. we've got, you know, the intersection of the Hume Highway and Hoxton Park Road is the worst intersection in Sydney and has been for the last 8 years. The need is there. The government knows it needs to be spent there. If it directs money based on need rather than political considerations, we will start getting some money in our area. So if we just say money raised in the LGA be spent on a needs basis, I'd be happy with that.
I think every council will be saying that they've got the most needs, councillor. But I take your point, it would be creating a World War III, through the chair, of course, specifically saying that Liverpool has significant amounts of infrastructure needs that will be happening. There should be a better way of us wording that. And again, I'd like the word region explained. What region are we talking about? If we're talking about the Western City, is the region going to include infrastructure going to areas in the northern area of the Western City? Because that obviously is of no benefit to Liverpool, or very little benefit. I'll rephrase that.
Yeah.
Councillor, thank you for that question. Through the Acting CEO, there's a substantial amount of information here, and apologies I can't find that answer straight away. In the information that the government has put out, they define a region, and there's a map that actually shows the region. So if you wouldn't mind, I'll take that on notice, and we can certainly circulate that. It's within the government's book that's about this thick, but it certainly is there, and they have defined that.
If the region is talking about southwest Sydney, I don't think we have a problem.
Yeah, well, can I recommend that we just allow the Director of Planning to take in the spirit of the debate here, and if need be, then just to amend and sharpen up our recommendations. Would you happy with that? Yeah. If everyone's happy with that, great. Okay. That being said,
will we be provided with the submission before you submit it that we might be able to make more contribution to, or
through the Acting CEO, if I may, we've already provided the submission to government. We had to do that prior to December. The government has recently announced an extension. Mm-hmm. They know that was only an officer's submission and not a council endorsed submission. So I think I understand the will of the councillors. We can make those amendments, certainly circulate it to council prior to us formally submitting it to council. I think it's now mid-March when they're requesting those submissions. So,
thank you.
All right, wonderful. All right, that being said, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I'll declare the motion carried. Next item is Con 01, which is on page...
amendment.
Happy to move the recommendation.
I'll second that.
Yeah, page 122, which is about Liverpool District Forms Evaluation Report. Move Councillor
I have an amendment.
And seconded Councillor Calienda. Just before you move that... what's your amendment, Councillor?
Yes, the amendment is that Council defers the recommendation to a councillor briefing session at its earliest opportunity.
On what basis would you like the deferral, Councillor, just so the staff can be aware?
Sorry, it's actually quite a complex issue. The forums have been a very complex issue ever since I've been a councillor. Mm-hmm. And we have some... As in the report, it says there are some major challenges. And we have some new councillors that are not aware of some of these. We've had briefing sessions on these. And I have nothing against the report. I think it's great. But I believe we need to discuss some of the options. And I go along with all of this, but I think before we actually do this, there are some options that need to be discussed, and I think that needs a briefing session so we can all have some input into that and then come up with maybe some better alternatives. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying let's reject it. I'm just saying I think the new councillors probably need a little bit more information than what's contained in this report.
Do you have a seconder for that amendment, or is the mover and seconder happy to accept that?
Can I just clarify what the exact amendment is?
He wants to defer it for a briefing session to discuss options. I think just mindful, council, that briefing session isn't a decision-making body. It's more and if you have any recommendations you'd like to put forward, I think this would be the time. But I think it's the council asking for specific. But I think Councillor McNaught, so I asked you a question.
Sorry, yeah, no, I just wanted to speak in favour of this, but I'm interested, Councillor Harling, what additions you might have, because it's very similar to a notice of motion that I've put up as well. So I thank the staff for their work on this and great timing. My interest in this is particular because I think that, like we've discussed, I think it's very important that we can offer these community forums in the hybrid form that they are in, because I've attended both over many years, and then I know that we're back to face now, but I think that some residents are actually probably missed out because they couldn't attend in the online fashion at these first ones that we're rolling out now. And the reason I want this to move as it is quite quickly is because I don't want people to miss a second round of community forums because they can't join online to that. So can we discuss the changes? Because my thought was that basically they run as they do now.
Yeah. I think. Well, if we get back down to it, if we get this back in order, Councillor Harrell, do you want to provide any more detail, because you don't have a seconder for your amendment? Do you have any more detail about your amendment? Why you want to?
Sorry, look, I have some issues, and I'm chair of a number of these forums, and I find that the hybrid session is good. We couldn't run the hybrid session simply because we didn't have the equipment at the time, and the rural forum is a forum that is not just run 3 times a year. It's actually run 6 times a year if we can do that. It's run bi-monthly, and the rural forum is of particular interest. It probably has the highest attendance of all the forums, and there are issues out there, and the report talks about there are issues that should be addressed via customer service requests. Well, the problem is that if those issues are raised time and time again, and they are not solved. So what I'm saying is we need to address some of these reoccurring issues that are not being solved. It's a constant questions on, for instance, in the rural areas, one of the biggest problems is illegal dumping. And we don't seem to have solved it. It comes up time and time again. And then to say in the recommendation that, no, we're no longer going to cover this, we don't want that part in there. We want to talk about issues that are not related to customer service. Well, sadly, that's exactly what the problem is out there, customer service. And the fact that in many instances we're not addressing the potholes, the lack of maintenance, all those issues. And unless you've got residents able to state those at a forum, it's not going to get solved.
So, Councillor, you're moving an amendment to defer it.
Yes.
And get back to why.
So that we can discuss those issues.
The issues of?
Timing, the number of sessions,
yep,
and the content of those sessions.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, I hope that makes sense.
Yes, that's the...
I wonder if there's any way of adjusting...
Just one moment. Yeah, when moving an amendment, I think it's very clear just to get that. Now, do we have a seconder for the amendment? Seconder, Councillor Hadid. Can I ask the mover and seconder, are they happy to accept this deferral?
Can I just get a time frame on when that would be? Because
for the next council meeting. So have a briefing session next month and bring it back to the next council meeting.
Can I just make a comment, please?
Just before I just want to see if it's going to be accepted. All right. I'll take it as a no. We'll let the debate. Deputy Mayor, you're...
I wonder if it would be acceptable to all parties that we make a decision on a forum-by-forum basis where a forum feels that it is quite acceptable for it to be a hybrid meeting, that can be the case. And in other cases where people feel that it isn't appropriate to have a hybrid meeting, well, then they can have it whichever way they like, online or face-to-face, whatever their alternative is. But I don't think it requires a briefing on this matter to discuss. I think that we can just simply say We know the forums, we know the people that are operating the forums, and if they think that a particular form of forum is best suited to them, I feel quite comfortable with that being the case. So,
Look, after some discussion, can we defer this? Can we defer and have a workshop? I think there are maybe a couple of, that's not particular, like I'm very much in favour of the hybrid sessions. I will say that I thought that the recommendation said at least 4, not at most 4, because I think that the Eastern sessions are also every 2 months.
yeah, we have 4.
Sorry, if I can just clarify just some information that in order to get this back to the next council meeting, we'd have to have a briefing session about it next week, an extraordinary briefing session. So that's the only way we'll make the deadline. But councillors, while we're here, I think my recommendation is put up your recommendations, resolve it, and move forward. And you've got the director here who's happy to take any questions about the forums.
I'd like to speak in favour.
Of which one, the amendment or the...
As per the book.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
All right. We've already got that. I just going to confirm with the mover of the motion. I'm mindful that you weren't aware of that, and my apologies, councillor, that you weren't aware that so the question is, would you like to accept the amendment that it comes back next meeting, or do you want to enter normal briefing cycle, which means the report would come back to our April meeting?
No, I think that will be too late. I think it's probably better to move as per the book and have an amended motion on the floor as well.
Okay, wonderful. All right, so we're clarified?
Happy to withdraw my motion, Mr Mayor.
Fantastic. Okay, not fantastic, but that makes it clear. All right. Okay.
So can we just add, I'm sorry, it might be too late, but we could have added a second point for that to satisfy Councillor Hull that for particular forums, other measures might be adopted. I've got no idea why Councillor Hull is not happy with a hybrid, because people have a choice of either one or the other. But because we haven't been able to hear what his issue really is, all we need is a point in there. Particular forums may adopt other measures may be adopted for particular forums.
Thank you, Deputy. I'll just pass on to the CEO.
I'll refer to Tina Bono, please.
Thank you. Through the CEO, Councillor Hull, in terms of the recommendation, we're suggesting a themed topic for one of the forums and the rest general forum discussion, and that could include the topics that you raised and that are raised at forums. The themed forum was as an idea around giving district level topics that need to be discussed. In addition to that, in terms of its regularity, if there's a particular hot topic within a district and within a forum, we can call another forum. That's no issue. I mean, I guess we've put 4 in there just because it's quite staff resource intense, and this just minimises the impact that the forum and the cost to council. So, but of course, if there's a need to the community, we could call on an additional forum if that was required. I hope that helps.
Councillor Harrell?
I have no problems with that. I agree with that. What I'd like to say, I don't have a problem with the hybrid forums either. I think they're a great idea. In fact, I wished we had the equipment. We didn't have the equipment to run, and I understand there's a cost involved, and we're looking at that. But I'm not against the hybrid. I think it's a great idea. I would love to have seen it, and in fact, I spoke about it months and months ago, where I suggested that we have that equipment there at all of the meetings, simply as a chairperson. If you're sitting out the front there, and particularly at the Bringelly Hall, it's a long distance to the back, people can't see you. And I had suggested that we use a laptop computer that the chairperson sees and then projects it onto the screen behind you, including the audio. Audio is a problem there, and I had suggested it to IT at the time, but we haven't got that far. And sorry.
I'll pass it on to the CEO.
I'll refer it to Tina.
Thank you. Through the CEO, Councillor Hall, we've actually started the discussions. I mean, of course, COVID triggered this initiative. So we've had the discussions with IT. We're ready and equipped. It's about 13,000, which is within the budget of council. So I've spoken to IT and confirmed today, just to make sure that we have the budget ready and ready to go within the existing IT budget, and we can mobilise quite quickly on this if council endorses the recommendation.
Yeah. Wonderful. All right. So I think we've have that. So is everybody happy with the motion? Yep. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I declare the motion carried. Next item is Corp 01, page 132. The item is biannual progress report, December 2021.
Happy to move it.
Moved, Councillor Harrell.
I'll second.
Seconded, Councillor Caliendo. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Declare it carried. The next item is page 135, Corp 02, budget review, December 2021. I would like to move a motion. That council, as per the booklet, point 2, the council conducts an audit to compare our budget position from 2016 to where it is today. And at point 3, the council recognises the challenging budget position that we are currently in. And if I can say what I mean by the compare, and I'm happy to add this into it, is about saying that, you know, where has the budget changed and the numerous factors, so we can actually compare to see this is where we were in 2016, where we, my understanding, had pretty much a balanced budget. We were paying off debt around those periods, 2015, 2016, to where we are today. Which is projecting. So just for those watching online in the community, the budget deficit is projected now to go to $14.1 million this financial year. So this being the half-yearly report, up from approximately $11.6 million. So that's what this position is in. Does anybody second Councillor Amun?
I'll second it.
I'll second Councillor Amun. Any discussion?
I have a question for probably through the CEO to the CFO. What is council's net operating result?
Refer that to the CFO, Vishma.
So the acting CEO, the net operating results is $86.8 million in black, but that includes capital revenue as well.
Okay, so 86.8 million surplus.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can I suggest an amendment?
What's your amendment, Councillor?
Well, I'd hate for people to think that you're grandstanding here. So maybe if we move the date back to, say, I don't know, 2012, 2010.
Sorry, excuse me, who grandstanding?
No, I'd hate to think that people would think that there was some political grandstanding going on.
But by who, Councillor? Sorry.
That's people in the public might look at the date 2016.
Because, sorry, Councillor, that kind of feels like it's directed at me, Councillor.
Well, you raised the motion.
So you're saying that I'm grandstanding?
No, I'm saying there might be a suggestion.
I asked you to withdraw that comment because this is not grandstanding. You have a budget.
I'm not saying it's grandstanding.
No,
I'm saying there might be a perception of grandstanding.
You said it's grandstanding.
No, I said there would be a perception.
You were concerned about the word operative being used last time in this council meeting by a member of the public, right? And you're saying grandstanding. Councillor, if you're saying there's an $86.1 million surplus, right? Council's in the key figure here is $14 million deficit, right? We have a deterioration of the budget position of almost 40%. So I don't know if CFO, if you want to clarify on that, about which is the important figure here, because I was in a briefing session where I was told that this is what happened to Central Coast Council in the long-term financial master plan, right? So CFO, I think it's important the community, for those who are here and watching, understand, and for the councillors, what these numbers actually mean for the future of council.
To the acting CEO, the key figure here is the net operating result that is before the capital grants and contributions, and the council is actually projecting a $14.1 million deficit position. The net operating result that was referred to by the previous question includes a capital grants and contributions, which is only for capital purposes and cannot be used for operating purposes. So the net result, which is reflected on page 135, 14.1 is the key number that we should be looking at. Thank you.
Sorry, through the CEO, can I ask CFO or through the director, is what is the interpretation from your point of view, the numbers, if council continues to have deficits of 14 in this magnitude?
Through the acting CEO, the Office of Local Government, when it was considering Fit for Future, Council's Fit for Future assessment, they looked at an average result over 3 years. So if we have a deficit result for 3 or more years, then we are heading for some problems, and that could also impact on our the position in terms of our unrestricted cash reserves. And we cannot have a negative unrestricted cash reserve. If that happens, that means we are dipping into restricted funds, which is similar to other councils, which they did, and they went into problems. Thank you.
So if you were to look at this through the CEO, if you were to look at this from, say, I don't know, for a red light, yellow light, green light position, green being a good budget position, a orange being a neutral position, and a red being a concerned budget position, what would you see this as?
Through the acting CEO, if I look back for the past 3 years, I think we were in a deficit position, and we are projecting a deficit position in the long-term financial plan for the next few years, and it is a red light for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yep, just a couple.
Sorry, CFO.
Couple more questions. You stay up there. The word Central Coast Council was thrown around. My understanding is that Central Coast Council was taking money out of restricted reserves and using it for, I guess, non-restricted purposes. Is that correct?
Through the acting CEO, yes. They were dipping into unrestricted reserve. I think there is a matter of interpretation here, which I don't think I'm qualified to do that. Because Central Coast Council had different funds, they had different operating funds, they had water funds, sewerage funds, and general reserves or general funds. We only have one reserve, which is general reserve, and we need to be very mindful that we are not exhausting all our unrestricted reserves, which is general reserve. As far as Central Coast is concerned, there is a matter of interpretation whether the sewerage fund or the water fund were actually restricted funds. If they were classified as restricted funds, that means yes, that dipped into the unrestricted reserves. And if they're not categorized as restricted funds, that means they were not insolvent. If that makes sense.
So we don't have those reserves. No. So it's very hard for us to take money out of reserves we don't have. What's possible?
Well, if we sorry if I dwell a little bit on the civic place. So currently we have civic place under construction. We do not have any rental income. We have drawn down loans. We are paying loans through general reserves. We have an ambitious capital works program using our general reserves. And if that continues, and if there is any risk in terms of us getting rental income in time, then definitely we are looking at a red unrestricted position, which is not a good position to be in. Thank you.
Understand. But that hasn't happened previously. It's not happening at the moment. We're not taking money out of restricted reserves and using it inappropriately, like
No, so far we are not in that position.
supposedly
But,
what?
but if you are looking at the long-term financial plan
Yep.
with the risk of COVID coming in and the risk on rental income on civic place, we may be having that way. But I think, I mean, in the future budget assessments, we will be looking at that, including the long-term financial plan. And then if, I mean, this is something that we need to be careful of. That's all. But we are not in that situation at this minute.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, CFO, and I appreciate your commentary and understanding for the figures. And just for the, if I can explain, just for the members of the public who are watching and who are here today, ultimately council has money that it gets from developer contributions, which council has to build the roads and the new release areas and the other pieces of infrastructure. So that money will actually have a result because we're collecting the money, but we haven't been able to build the roads and the parks and Austral and so on and so forth. So that's what that money is sitting there and it grows. When you look at council, you say, oh, well, there is a lot of money, which is what Councillor Haggerty is saying here, that there's $86 million that we've collected more than what we spent. But our goal, as you can imagine, if you as a resident have paid for a road, you expect that road to be built and so on and so forth. We cannot use that money to run the operations of council, of actually fixing the potholes, cutting the grass, and paying for all the wages for all over the organisation. That money is showing that we're running in a $14.1 million deficit. So that's the difference between the two. I believe, this is a concerning budget position, and I think we definitely need to be doing something about this, because if we don't act now, we are going to be in trouble. Deputy Mayor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Hadid?
I didn't get to my amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, my question is to Mr. Nadan, through the acting CEO.
Point of order.
What's your point of order, Councillor?
I didn't have a chance to get my amendment out.
Oh, sorry, Councillor. Yes, what is your...
Just, can we change the year, go back to, 2012, 2010, give economic cycles work on sort of 8 to 10 years, and it's probably more prudent to sort of show it over the life cycle of a, full economic cycle.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it from 2012 to 2016.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm very interested. Because I guess I had a corporate knowledge of where we were in that time and the decisions we made during that period. So that's why I'm interested in seeing, well, what did the last council do in the last 5 years to put us in this position that we are in today? So I'm happy to accept that. Is the seconder happy to accept that, Councillor Moon? To 2016. Right. Pardon? Yeah, to today, yeah. So it's about comparing the point of the motion is saying, well, here we are today. This is our position. This is what the organisation looks like. This is what we're spending our money on versus what we were doing it 5 years ago. That's the point of this. So if you want to compare over as of last year, but if they want to help, yeah, can happily show it. Councillor Hadid.
Thank you. Well, so the acting CEO questions to Mr. Nadan. Mr. Nadan, I've been on council with you for more than 5 years. So what you just had said to us now, it seems to me we are in trouble. So why didn't you brought to our attention years ago where we will end up?
Councillor Hadid, can I ask that we put that question through the CEO, but also not to involve the staff in the actual debate?
Well, is the CFO? Okay, the question to acting CEO. Why no one brought to our attention we are in trouble? Just to take a different measure,
Sorry, Councillor, I didn't quite get the question.
Well, what Mr. Nadan just said to us now, we're going through a very difficult time in regard of managing the council financial affairs. So my question is, why no one brought to our attention we are going in very bad way? We have to look at it and change our dealing financially.
I'd like to take that question on notice, if that's okay with you, Councillor, please.
And if I can do that, Councillor Hadid, ultimately that councillors were presented with these reports in this fashion, and I guess it's up to councillors to interpret the numbers as they see. And when I saw these numbers prior to the election and went through the budget papers, I was very concerned to look at council's budget position. So I think it's up to each councillor to interpret and understand the numbers and make decisions accordingly. So, any other further discussion?
Yes, question.
Yes, Councillor Harrell.
On this issue of budget deficits, in the previous term of council, the but through the CEO, my apologies, through the CEO, probably directed at Vishwa. The budget deficit at the moment is sitting around about $15 million. Now, that has gradually occurred over a number of years. So my question is, what were they at the beginning of that 5-year term each year, and what caused them to build up to the present situation of $15 million deficit? What were the reasons, and what were the increments from, say, 2018 to 2022? Does that make sense?
Yep.
Councillor, we'll take that question on notice, please.
And Councillor Howell, that's the point of the motion, which is exactly what I'm asking for, is that we get this information and we go through in detail, because this is it's a long discussion that requires details and time. So
I thought you were also asking what the deficit or operating finances were during not the last term of council, the term before that, the 2012 to 2016.
Yeah.
Do
So
a comparison of that to the following year.
Yeah, that's what this motion's about. So we receive and note the report, but we go out there and we get this and we get this done, we get this information, so we can come back at another meeting and go through this and understand it.
I'm happy with that, but I have a further question. How do we compare to other councils in our immediate neighbouring LGAs? In other words, Fairfield, Camden, and so on. How do we compare to them financially?
I can tell you Fairfield had around $300,000 of debt, but I think in this budget they've just borrowed, I think, $3 million approximately. So our net budget position is $38 million going to $177 million. They're sitting on approximately probably $3 million debt, and that's just this year that's happened. That's probably the first time. So that's from my understanding of Fairfield's numbers. But we can have that as part of the report to look at, if that's all right, or see.
Yeah, can we add in there and benchmark to like councils?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Cool. Yep. All right. That being said, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Declare the motion carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. I'll now call for a 15-minute or 16-minute break. We're back at 8:20. Thank you. Everybody, I'll now declare the meeting reopened. The next item on the agenda is Corp 03, which is on, page 164 of the agenda, item number 10.
I'll second.
The 2022.
Happy to move it.
Thank you, Councillors. National General Assembly of Local Government. Moved Councillor Calienda, seconded Deputy Mayor. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? I declare the motion carried. The next item is Corp 04, which is page 195 of the booklet. Investment report for January 2022.
I'm happy to move it, Madam.
Moved Deputy Mayor, seconded Councillor Hadid. Any discussion? Oh, Councillor Howell, sorry. Thought you were nodding. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Declare it carried. The next item is INF 01 on page 206 of the booklet, which is about the Georges River Revitalisation Committee.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move to defer this item if that's okay, because although I do want to move things quickly and I do want to get things started, I want to do it in the right way, considering the committee and the importance of the committee. I want to be able to achieve the outcomes that we're looking for, and I'm not sure that this charter is exactly what we're after. So if I could defer this to the next meeting, at least I'd like to have a look through the other committee charters just to make sure we can hit the brief that we're after. If someone is happy to second that.
Well,
sorry, I kind of spoke.
I'll second it.
Started.
Yep, Councillor Moon. Can I recommend that it's more about, I guess, a review, I think, of all the committees and how they operate?
Yes, absolutely. And I do think that the committees are coming up for some review anyway. So I guess my eagerness was a little bit last meeting, and I apologise, but I'd like to just defer this to get it right.
Could I recommend, Council, that this deferred until a review of all committees is done and come back to Council?
You can, thank you.
The seconder happy with that? Yep. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Declare the motion carried. Next item is INF 02, which is on page 219.
Happy to move with a question.
Yep, tab 13. Moved Deputy Mayor, seconded Councillor Moon. Yes, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I'm just wondering what are the three sites in point 7 of phase 3? So it's on page 221.
I think that through the CEO.
I'll refer that to the Director of Infrastructure and Environment, Raj.
Thank you, CEO. Councillor, could you please repeat the question?
Yep, okay, it's on page 221. It's point 7, project descriptions, sports and recreation facility improvements, roofing upgrades and toilet change room refurbishment at 3 sites. Mm-hmm. The question is just what are the 3 sites?
Oh, look, absolutely. Thank you for the question, Councillor. So there's the Hoxton Park facility, there's the Scott Memorial, and there's the third one that escapes my mind, but I'm happy to provide you a list behind all of these projects.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Any further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Declare the motion carried.
Can we note that it was unanimous, Madam Mayor?
Yes. Was that Madam Mayor?
My apologies, it was a Freudian slip.
Bound to happen. It's all right. Thank you, Councillor. Next item. Yeah, that was. Please have that. Yep, unanimous. Thank you. Next item is ECD 01, page 224. Reclassification of Augusta Cullen Plaza to community land.
Happy to move that.
Yeah, Councillor, I'm happy to second it, but I just want to, Deputy Mayor, if you can indulge me, if I can add a couple of points. I'm mindful of that when that project was done, or the points being what was the cost of the landscaping and the cost of the design of the landscape in Augusta Cullen Park when it was completed, and when and why was that landscaping removed. Are you happy to accept that, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I
Yeah.
don't see any problem.
I can just speak for. I remember when all those works were being done, they were quite a significant cost to council, and a lot of. I think it was Urbis who did the landscaping design, which would have cost a bit of money, and then there was a bunch of stuff that was done. And then I remember turning up there one day, seeing it all gone. I was quite shocked that what that was. So I'd be interested to understand the cost of that. Any other further discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Declare the matter carried. Next item is page 227, about Liverpool Health ECD 02, Liverpool Health Innovation Trade Delegation to New Zealand. Anybody like to move a motion?
I'll move it.
Move, Deputy Mayor. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Harrell. Can I move an amendment to that motion, Councillor?
Certainly.
It says anybody who the amendment is that anybody who would like to go pay for their own flights.
Happy to accept it.
Any councillors?
Huh?
Any councillors?
Anybody?
Yeah, any councillor. Yeah.
Oh, say councillor. I'm happy to have it as staff. You know, because you know what I mean? You know.
Councillor and the staff.
Yeah. Yeah. They want to. Yeah. Yeah. So. The seconder happy with that? Councillor Harrell?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd like to foreshadow a motion.
Not really.
Not really. The mover. Accept it. Anybody want to? All right. Well, I'll move it as an amendment. That's all right. Does anybody second my amendment?
I'll second that.
Second, Councillor.
So, what? Just to clarify, what is the amendment, Mr. Mayor?
That anybody who'd like to attend pay for their own flights.
I have a question. I'm imagining the delegation that goes to New Zealand does have is made up of people from the corporate industry here in Liverpool, is that right? As well as councillors if they choose to go. But the majority of them would be corporate members of corporate organisations in Liverpool. Is that right?
I'll pass to the CEO.
I'll refer that to Julie.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through the Acting CEO, the business delegates who we're actually targeting to go along on the actual trip are members of the Liverpool Innovation Precinct, so Ingham Institute, a number of the South West Health District Forum, and also a number of private sector companies who we wanted to host last time, but because of COVID they couldn't get along, and so they've indicated they'd like to go along this time.
And just further questions, those corporate members of the delegation, did they pay for their way previously?
Yes, through the CEO, yes they did.
Yeah, I can't see a problem with it.
Great.
So just to go back to number 5 of the amendment, so the suggestion, well, the intention of that amendment is to basically have any staff members that would like to go pay for their own way, regardless of whether they're necessary, whether they're staff necessary for the delegation.
Yeah, I think whoever, if they're councillors and staff who would like to go, that they should be paying for their own flights to get there. So as opposed to the ratepayers paying for it, then people pay for it for their own out of their own pocket. You know, I'm personally, if I'm happy to go, I'm happy to pay for my own flights to get there.
I understand the intention of councillors paying for their own flights. However, in terms of council staff, if they're necessary for, you know, the core part of the delegation, it counts as work for them. And, you know, not all of our staff are able to pay for flights in that way. And if it's a core part of the function of their job, then surely that would include the travel to and from their job.
Well, I think that gets council. I understand your point, but I think as councillors, we're the least paid in the organisation, and if people are willing to go and want to go and deem it necessary, I think they should. It's up to them. You know, it's not expensive to get to New Zealand. I'm not saying the whole cost of the lease for their flights, I think, should at least be covered. Sorry, the accommodation. That's my view. If you would like to move, I think we need to be very frugal, and ratepayers, I think, will be concerned that we're out there, and you know, any travel overseas is obviously concerning. Could we look at it all? Is it really essential that we go there? You know, we can Zoom, we can that. So that's I think we should be fiscally responsible, and this is just one example of that. So it's pretty up to you, councillor, what you'd like to, if you'd like to move something different.
Through the CEO, how many normally go? How many staff normally attend?
I'll refer that to Julie.
Page 230 of your papers.
Through the Acting CEO, there is a potential of having 2 staff members go. As part of our duties, councillor? It's part of our operations plan that's been accepted about us delivering trade and export services to our local employers.
All right, so where we are, the Mayor's moved a motion. No.
Move an amendment.
I will.
Move an amendment, councillor. Do you want?
Oh, you've moved an amendment. So are we on the amendment?
Yeah. So we have the motion as moved, as in the booklet, and we have an amendment with the point 4 that whoever would like to go pays for their own flights.
Yep. Can I ask a question through the CEO? Legally, if council's organising a delegation, surely there's a responsibility there that a staff member, it's part of a staff member's job to go on that delegation. Surely within the contract there's an obligation by council to cover the cost of them being told to do their job. Like it's like, I don't know, you work at McDonald's and you tell someone to go to the shop and buy some more fries, but you got to pay for the cab.
Thank you for that, council. I'll take that question on notice. Thanks.
well, with all due respect, you can't take it on notice because it's dependent on the amendment.
I think, Councillor, if the motion is not in order from a legal point of view, which is what you're referring to from a contractual point of view, then that point becomes irrelevant. No?
Can I just ask a question, Mr. Mayor? I'm just wondering about, the organisation in Auckland. I mean, if there's a much bigger delegation that's going to arrive than what they've expected or budgeted for, I'm just wondering about the impact. If there's an unknown number that are going from here, what that actually means for Auckland and for what they've organised. It's just a question. It's just floating around in my mind. And I mean, if I was having a function and I'm expecting a certain amount of people, and then all of a sudden a whole lot more people turn up, then, if either I don't know about them or am I expected to, we would expect Auckland to be forking out more to cover the cost of extra people that are going to go. I mean, it's...
Well, I think, Councillor, it's up to that now as part of this motion to determine which councils will be attending. As Councillor Haggerty pointed out, it's on page, what was it, page 230 of the report about who would be going as part of that delegation. So I see your point about, yes, who you have to look after when they're there. That's your point?
Well, there's that. It says that which councillors will attend, and then your amendment was that then it was open to all councillors and or staff. And then I'm just wondering, for Auckland, for them receiving, if this isn't what they've agreed to or that they're expecting, that's my question.
So it's more about being open-ended with councillors and staff, we can have 800 people turning up.
So I'm just raising that as a question and a concern of, we don't want to wear out our hospitality in Auckland.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that will hopefully be resolved in a moment. I'll just pass on to the CEO. I think the Manager of Economic Development would like to make comment.
I'll refer to Julie Scott.
Thank you, Acting CEO. Councillor, this has sort of been going on for about 18 months. We actually had a first delegation planned for 2020, and back then, just before COVID hit, we were expecting something about 20 to 25 people as business delegates to go along for it. So talking to both Austrade in Auckland, talking to Auckland Council, and also the New Zealand Trade Commission, they were happy to take 500 if that was the case. They were so keen on us being over there in terms of partnership and business opportunities. They were happy to go up or go down, whatever the case may be.
Yeah. Councillor Hadid?
Yeah, well, the question is, the delegation, are they on council official duty?
Yes, you'd say that's ultimately what this is part of.
So which means the council has to bear all the liabilities just in case anything's happening. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of the legalities of that, but if you'd like to, if you want the
issue.
Huh?
That is the issue in regard of the staff.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? So if we have to bear all the liabilities, anything's happening and they are on official duty, so you have to reconsider the council staff. In regard of council laws, I 100% agree with you. If anyone wants to go, he has to bear his airfares and accommodation, whatever. Yeah. But if a council staff, we are responsible to it, so you have to look at it from the legal point of view.
So is that would that be another amendment?
And depends how many of our staff will go, you know what I mean? Because there is a limit of $20,000.
Yeah.
If you're going to send, like, say, for instance, only 2 council staff.
So are you recommending, Councillor Hadid, are you recommending that
the airfares,
that staff, that it's only councillors who, if they want to go, that they pay their own airfare, but not staff?
Yeah.
That's
so
what.
Now the staff, because there is a liability.
Is that what you would like to recommend, Councillor?
Exactly right. Just in council laws, yeah.
I'm just trying to bring it to a point.
But not the council staff.
Okay, so I'm
just
happy
to follow on from that. Sorry to cut you off, Mr. Mayor, but there may be what's practiced in terms of legality, but then there's also standard practice. So through the CEO, currently, if a staff member of council is required to do part of their job at a different location, they're paid a travel allowance or they're paid kilometres, right?
That's correct.
I see that as exactly the same thing. And, I take your point in terms of councillors not being paid as staff members because we are not staff members of council. So with all due respect, we put our hands up knowing that there is some cost to be incurred and we are paid an honorarium for those costs, which is why I have no issue with councillors being asked to pay their way, but that should not extend to staff because that is the practice of the organisation currently. And if this is a core part of their job, then that should extend to flights.
All right, done. I'm happy to make it 0.4 if the seconder is happy. We go down. That it's where is it? Or 0.5. Any councillor versus anybody.
Yep.
Happy with that, councillor? Okay. Councillor Harrell?
I have an issue with this simply because as a councillor...
Which part is this? The amendment or the motion?
The amendment, sorry.
The amendment?
The
Yes.
amendment. The amendment and the paying of the fees, the fares. Councillors, as a councillor, I have attended numerous functions interstate, part of the Floodplain Management Committee. I had to go to Coffs Harbour several times, and I'm on the Floodplain Management Committee as a councillor. And council paid not my fares, but my costs of travelling there and also the accommodation. I don't see this as being any different. This trade delegation is a similar thing. You're sharing information between councils. Why should one not be payable and yet the other is? I find that's basically discrimination.
Thank you, councillor. So you're speaking against the motion, against the amendment?
Yes.
Great. Any other speakers for or against the amendment?
I'll speak for it. I know that there's a tendency in some of the populist media to, sort of have a crack at politicians about junkets, and I think there is some validity to that. There are some high-profile cases. However, what we're asking for, what's being requested here is quite modest, and my understanding is that it's already paid dividends. It's practically already paid for itself. So despite the delegation not going ahead in 2020, those links have already been built, and some New Zealand companies have, as a result of this, have already started investing in the LIP and set up shop here. So we should look at this as an investment. We're going to pay $20,000, and we have a report coming back to us on what the benefits are that are coming back. And I would like to think, given what's already happened, that the benefits will probably be, in the 10 or 100-fold. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that this could result in $2 million into our local economy. We know we need to invest in Liverpool. It's the home of the airport. And council needs to lead that effort. If we're, being seen to, not have delegations and, it's not a good look on council. And if we want to make staff pay for their own flights, and if we want to get rid of CEOs, I think it looks bad on us as an organisation that we'll find it difficult to attract the best and brightest. So I'm happy to support it as it is. And as Councillor Hull noted, it's common practice for council to go on overseas trips. For instance, in I think it was 2014, 2015, the councillors Balut, Hull and Manoon at the time spent $35,780 on a trip to the US. So I think a trip to
I paid for my own flights. I paid for my own flights, councillor, if you actually want to know. So yes.
I have questions, thanks, if I may.
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Perhaps could council explain this from Councillor Haggerty's comments that this has happened previously, and although I'm on the understanding that they didn't travel, but Councillor seems to think that there was an economic benefit that has benefited Liverpool. I wonder if we could have a brief update on the dollar value that we've received by this delegation going to New Zealand in its previous involvement with it. What was the dollar value? How are we going in Liverpool? Thank you.
Thank you, Council. I think we'll take that on notice.
Just a question.
Oh, well,
through the CEO. What benefits has this relationship already delivered for Liverpool?
Wasn't that my question?
You are? Manager of Economic and Development, Julie.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Councillor, and through the Acting CEO. Just to clarify, even though we had 15 delegates who were supposed to go to the 2020, there were actually 5 in the air when the COVID shutdown hit. So they chose to keep going to New Zealand. Of the 5 that actually landed there, they spent then 4 days actually building up some partnership opportunities. And so immediately what was actually called a bio bridge happened between the LIP precinct here in Liverpool and the Auckland precinct, which is the equivalent innovation precinct over there as well. That actually resulted in the New Zealand government giving that partnership $180,000 immediately to form that partnership, which has continued on to this day. There were 3 of the startups that went over there that immediately then had partnerships with a couple of the local startups there as well. In fact, one of them was actually organised through Craig Knowles, who's the Senior Trade Commissioner over there. And again, that partnership is now carried on to the point where there is a particular IP that's been now put into the New Zealand market. If it goes through, there's an innovation precinct there that will be rolling out a new data system completely through the New Zealand health system based on a company starting here in Liverpool.
So without a dollar value on it, there's been considerable benefit from the trip, even though it was only the LIP delegates that made it physically over there. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the LIP delegates, they paid their own way?
That's correct.
There was financial benefit in that for the people that did participate in that. I can see the confusion that we've got. I feel that definitely the staff should be, their fares should be paid for because it is a part of their job if they're going over there as a part of the delegation as staff members of Liverpool City Council. I can see the difficulty we would have. That's it as far as I'm concerned. The staff are going over there to organise it. I think anybody that is thinking of going has already agreed that they're quite willing to pay their fees over there. So I can't see any issue with the motion as it's been put.
Which is the amendment or the motion?
The amendment, with any councillor who would like to pay their own way, if that's agreeable to the councillors that are interested in going.
Yep, and so just to, on that note, just to Councillor Green's comments about having it open-ended, do we want to put a number of councillors? Because the staff already are put in there.
Well, if there is a number of councillors going and they're paying for their own way, the figure that's been put here of up to $20,000 for the city economy budget, can you explain what your intention of the budget was for? Through the CEO.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And through the CEO, the money is literally set aside for all the business matching that would occur or any of the civic program that we'd have to actually host over there. With any civic program that a particular council might host, say an incoming delegation, there are at least 2 to 3 events, a dinner event or a cocktail event where it's an opportunity for the visiting council or the visiting delegation to meet with the local business parts over there. There's obviously on-the-ground monies that we have to pay for transport, and we're actually paying a small fee to Austrade to do some business matching for us while we're there as well.
All right. Great. So, Councillor Moon, do you want or no?
It just goes over a council meeting date, so I don't know how council is going to attend.
Yeah, I think we'll have to adjust that.
Yeah,
if that's the case. We can do that later date. Mindful of time, everyone. I think we've all spoken enough about this. I'll put the amendment first. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hands. Against? Declare it carried. The amendment becomes the motion. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. Against? Declare it carried. And maybe we'll just leave it to the councillors to contact the CEO and then about who would like to go and go from there. And if it becomes too much, then outside of budget, then we can. Unless councillors would like to put their names forward now, but who would like to go? Would you like to, who would like to go to the trip? Because that's what the,
Do we need to clarify the dates before we can commit? Because there is discussion of
it's saying
dates
here,
changing.
it's saying on page 230, it's between the 28th of June to the 1st of July.
But there was a question raised about it carrying over a council meeting, and so the dates would need to be looked at.
Yeah, we'd have to move the council meeting date because I think the council.
Right, okay. Sorry, I thought you meant moving the delegation date.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can we give a date for councillors to get back to express their interest in going, rather than to call it for tonight?
Yep, happy with that. Yeah, well, why don't we do that? We'll just circulate a memo about it.
Yeah, and through the acting CEO, those dates were flexible, Mayor, and obviously we have to be cognizant about whether there's any sort of COVID difficulties during that period as well, but that's flexible.
Yep. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, everyone. Next item is page number 234, ECD 03, Public Sector Working Hub.
I would like to move that way, as per the book.
I will second.
Move Councillor Haggerty, seconded Councillor Calienda. Any discussion?
This comes out of a, yes, I'll just speak to the motion. This comes out of a motion I moved in December 2020 in light of COVID, working from home and people travelling to and from the city and Parramatta is becoming less fashionable. The idea has been floated by several people that you have these, I guess, central hubs in places like Liverpool. Commonwealth and the New South Wales government can set them up rather than going all the way into work, all the way into the city. You pop into Liverpool, you do your work there, you go home. I think if we were able to secure a couple of those hubs in Liverpool, that would be a fantastic initiative and would probably, depending on where they put those, it could solve a couple of problems we have at the moment.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Yes. I'll speak against the motion at this stage, but I'm willing to be convinced. The first question I'd have is how many expressions of interest have we had in hubs in Liverpool so far? And the reason why I ask this question is because I'm not sure that this might be counterproductive to our needs to attract more substantial business interest in the long term, leasing in Liverpool and being in Liverpool. Hubs may not be as relevant as they might once have been imagined as for increasing people working closer to home, because I think we have a far greater chance these days of people working from home rather than working in a hub. So I'm a little bit unconvinced that the hubs, although, I remember when the idea was first brought up, I don't know how popular they are, and I think that the times have changed and we might be moving more to people working from home rather than actually in hubs. And I do think that there is a great need for us to pursue with great earnest to get businesses attracted here to Liverpool and that they take up the leases of our office spaces. I don't think that the hubs are as practical as they once were. It's more practical for people to work from home. That would be my comments and my hesitancy in voting for it.
Thank you. Any other speakers for? So are you moving? No alternate. No. Any other speakers for or against? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Declare the motion carried. Next item is on page 243, Committee 01.
I have an issue with this, if I may.
Yeah, just one moment. Moved, Councillor Hadid. Seconded. Seconded, Councillor Harrell. Well, there's only one. There's only one, Councillor, so it's easy. Yes, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, the issue that I have is that being at this particular meeting, one issue raised in the report on page 248 of the agenda, point 8, where parking has become an issue at Liverpool West Public School because the school has expanded over the maximum block size, where there is no internal dropping off areas and no parking spaces on their actual land. This issue raised concerns at the actual meeting, as to whether there is a need for planning controls that limits the footprint of development for expansion if they fail to address the need of parking and or drop-off areas inside their actual land that they occupied, when there is no opportunity for it to be addressed in the streets or roads servicing the school. So what we've got is that schools are constrained by their block size because these schools were put into, were initiated a long time ago, and they're getting bigger. But by getting bigger, they're taking up all the land space, and there's no opportunity for cars to turn into the property to drop off school children as there once would have been. And this particular school, it's even more important because it's in a residential area and it impacts severely upon the residents that are living in that area. It impacts severely on the traffic flow. And I just wanted to draw that to Council's attention, that it might be considered as to if there is any way of addressing it with the Department of Education, that we're causing issues when they do overdevelop their actual site.
They've already started.
So you're moving that as a...
Well, let's make it as a motion.
Motion as part of it.
Yeah.
Is the mover and seconder happy for that? That is part of the minutes. The council liaise with the Department of Education to highlight traffic and parking issues. Yep, mover, second happy to. All right, great. Any discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, declare the motion carried. We now move to questions with notice. Councillor Harrell, page 252.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I thank the staff for answering those questions. I just have a couple of points to make. This was in response to ongoing illegal dumping occurring in Edmondson Park and generally in the Liverpool LGA. From reading the report, it's obvious that covert cameras are far more effective than the overt cameras, meaning the hidden cameras, I think the ratio is 34:1. So maybe the lesson here is rather than spend a lot of money on visible cameras, we should be concentrating more on the hidden ones because they've obviously been very successful. And I also remember we had a trailer mounted, very obvious one, and I understand that was totally vandalised and consequently it was pulled out of commission. So that's one point. The other point is, looking at the report, the warning signs. My view is they could be improved, and currently we actually in our 2008 term, Mr. Mayor, you may remember, we put up signs that were see it reported in the rural areas, and I think we put some 150 up. And over the years, from the feedback that I've had, is that they've been very successful. People have got mobile cameras, so if they see a problem, they've got the mobile phones, and they can report it. And if you look at the signage proposed here, the 1300 362170 number, I'd say you'd have to walk up to the sign to actually read that. So I think we need to probably look at the signage and maybe incorporate the ones that have actually worked to what's being proposed. They're not being negative on this, and I think warning signs tend to trigger the opposite in people. You know, well, that's a warning, I'm not going to listen to that, I'm going to do the opposite. So that's a psychological thing, and so I think maybe we should look at that in those terms. So that's my only comment. So I thank you for all the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The next item is... Yes, Councillor.
Well, regarding the signage, I believe it's not effective at all. For simple reason, because from my own experience on 23rd Avenue, I put your request before council, and thank you very much for the council staff to go and clear all the rubbish from the 23rd Avenue, the illegal dumping. But the problem is, as Councillor Hart said, where one of the dump, it was straight under the sign. Straight under the sign. And I took photo of it. Why? Because they knew there is now cameras. So now the question to acting CEO through you, Mr. Mayor. Can you tell us what is the cost every time you send the council staff to clear the unauthorized like dumping or illegal dumping or whatever? Okay, how much it costs us every time to go? Because last time at 23rd Avenue, you cleaned it twice. And I was walking this morning, all the rubbish over there, all over again. Soil, furniture, and everything. So every time you send the council staff to go and clean it, how much it costs us as a council? And how much it costs us just to put like a surveillance camera? If we can look at this one. If it's cheaper for us to put surveillance camera, why we should send the council staff, the workers, wasting like hours to go and clean up the...
Thank you, Councillor. I think you've asked a question.
If I may, Council, I refer that to Tim Paisley, the Acting City Presentation Director.
I like this road because I go walking every morning.
Yeah.
It's eyesore.
Thank you, Councillor.
Hi, Councillor. Illegal dumping, as you know, is a significant problem for the Liverpool LGA. The signs do work in most cases. Sometimes they prevent people from dumping within that region, but it also displaces the illegal dumping into other areas as well.
I should send you the photos.
Yeah. So council staff do spend most of their time removing those dumps. First, we conduct an investigation. If we can find ID and find those illegal dumpers, we'll do so. In the event that we can't find them, we'll remove that rubbish. So there's usually an investigative process that is conducted prior to removing the dump. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillors, can I recommend that as part of our CSP workshop and our budget preparations, that is the appropriate time to interrogate this issue in detail, with potentially we can come up with some ideas. I think there's a lot of innovative ideas that we can use and that we can put forward, but ultimately it's up to councillors to make a budgetary decision to do that. So as was pointed out, there's an expense with cleaning up. We can quantify that through our budget process. And then we can work out, well, what are the other solutions available to us? So I can recommend that for councils for the future. I'll move on to our next item, is question with notice 02, page 255. Councillor Calienda.
Oh, sorry, I did have just one additional question flowing on from this. Can I just get some clarification or detail about how we're going to ensure that in the development of the strategy, it takes into consideration the needs of future young residents? So obviously we do have a growing population, and we have a number of residents, both, not even born, who this strategy might apply to, but also kind of who haven't yet moved into this area. So just how the strategy will take that into consideration.
Thank you, Council. I'll refer that to the Director of Community and Culture, Tina Bono.
Thank you. Through the CEO, we could look at the Children's Parliament as a mechanism, potentially, as one mechanism. We do certain things through our childcare centres, but they're probably quite young. I could take get the question on and get some further clarity from the staff. But at the moment, the survey's out to the youth sector. But if you want us to broaden that, let me have a look how we can further do that.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'm just conscious that the strategy that sort of went from 2014 to 17, was it? By the end of it, it didn't quite capture the needs of young people in the area, in the gap between the development of the next one. So I'm just really conscious that we might want to beef that up a bit.
Thank you, Councillor. Next item is on page 257, question with notice 03, Councillor Goodman. I know it says here that the matter will be applied to on the 30th, but I'll just pass on to the CEO, acting CEO.
To the council, to the mayor and the councillors, that we don't have a flood evacuation plan per se. So we work along with the SCS when matters like this do occur in the LGA.
So that's a no.
So that's a no, yes, councillor.
Can I move a motion that council establishes its own flood and emergency evacuation plan?
Do you have a seconder? Second, Councillor Moon. Yeah.
Question?
Yes, Councillor.
Does council need a flood evacuation plan, or is that more in the realm of the SES or some other agency?
I'd have to take that on notice to see what the SES has. I couldn't tell you if the SES has got an evacuation plan for our LGA. What I can tell you is we work alongside them when we do have flooding events, and that's in a response mode. But in terms of a preparedness, I couldn't tell you what the SES has, so I'd like to take that on notice if that's okay.
I have a question.
Yes, Deputy.
Through the CEO. I thought we were waiting on a flood evacuation plan with a few DAs that are currently and planning issues that are in.
I think that's a different document, but I'll put to the CEO.
I'll refer that to David Smith.
Thank you, and Councillor, through the acting CEO, we are awaiting a regional flood evacuation plan for planning purposes, for town planning purposes. But if I may, through the acting CEO, have the Director of Infrastructure and Environment comment as well.
Through the acting CEO, actually there are two separate questions here. Can I just go back and answer the first question about the availability of a flood evacuation emergency management plan? The primary responsibility for the flood evacuation management, flood emergency management lies with the State Department of Emergency Services. They plan and execute their plan for emergency management. Council plays a support role in terms of, during floods, providing operational support in terms of traffic control, traffic management, sandbagging and all of that. But Council also provides a support service by way of providing local flood-related information to proactively advise SES as to where floods might occur, to what depth, to what frequency. And as it's stated in the report, we were due to come to Council with a full report at the 30th March meeting, so still happy to do that in addition to the comments I've provided now. Now, coming back to the flood evacuation study, which is a broader and a fairly comprehensive study that is being undertaken right now, that work is sort of advanced to a point where we have now got the various key stakeholder input and feedback, and at this stage we're looking to come to provide a detailed briefing to councillors. I think it's about April.
If not earlier.
If not earlier, absolutely. So that work has been going on, as we discussed at the briefing, has been going on for a very long time for a range of reasons, as we've explained, but we're fairly confident coming back to Council very soon to provide and discuss in length the outcomes of that evacuation study and why that's really critical. Thank you.
Just one further question to it, adding on. So do we need to see these flood plans before, and to see whether Council needs its own flood plan, or?
Through the acting CEO, absolutely, Council needs its own flood risk management plans, and the flood evacuation study that we are talking about, it is to inform the extent and the scale of development that can occur in low-lying areas or flood-prone areas of Liverpool. So it is to assist Council and the Department of Planning to basically assess the capacity of these flood risk or flood-prone areas to support development as it is currently planned. And without having that understanding, the Department of Planning, as advised by the Director of Planning last week, will not move or make decisions on some of the planning proposals that are currently with Council and the Department. So they play different roles. We're not talking about an evacuation or emergency management plan. That was the subject of the earlier question. That's a matter for state government to develop, and we know they have a flood emergency management and evacuation plan which they execute as and when required.
I think, councillors, I think if you look at what's happened during COVID and other events, and we've had other flood activity, is that you've had a significant reliance on resources that have been put onto council. So I think the question is, well, if we are in a situation, how can we contribute? Not just saying, oh, tell us what to do, but saying, no, we've actually done research. We know how we need to move our people. We can inform them. We can communicate with them. No different than, I guess, when you say when there's a fire on, there's a communication process of what to do and where to go. If we've got to evacuate people, or we're going to move people, or what's going to happen? Like, you've got people living along Brickmakers Creek who don't have vehicles and have to get to Homebush somehow in an evacuation process according to the SES. So, what do we do about that? So I guess, do we be proactive and try to get on the front foot, or we sit there and try to deal with this on the spot without being necessarily prepared? And I guess it is about working with the SES.
So through the chair, can I perhaps recommend an amendment if the mover and second are amenable? Because it seems like there's a fair bit of work that's happening behind the scenes and is yet to come to council. Before we sort of go ahead and kind of do a lot of work on creating a plan, can we have a briefing about what plans currently exist, whether that's an in-house council one or whether that is things we defer to the SES or other agencies about, so we can kind of understand what system we're operating within and what needs to be done.
Council, are you happy with that, Councillor Goodman?
Yeah, just to add, I'm happy to wait till the 30th of March, not an issue, but can I also find out how much of that flooding is contributed because council hasn't actually built the detention basins?
Yeah, I think that's another point about detention basins, which we can get a briefing on that. And if I can ask, yeah, we can do that. Is the seconder happy with that?
Yep.
Councillor Hadid?
Yeah, I've got a question. So, if the council decide to have its own flood mitigation plan, and it may contradict with the SES one, so how it works now?
No, you wouldn't.
That's not how it usually works, Councillor. We wouldn't be building a plan if they've already got an established one. It would enhance or feed into that. Council staff have an active role in any disaster here, and working alongside the SES, and their reliance on us is vital, as our reliance on them is. Their challenge is resourcing in terms of manpower. We have that. Our challenge is some of the equipment that they use, which they only hold and we don't. So there's a natural synergy there that can be built.
So, do you believe this motion is good for Liverpool City Council and the local area?
Well, without having reviewed the SCS state plan, I couldn't answer that right now, but I'd take that on notice.
Thank you.
Through the CEO, I've actually lived in a different area. Not lived. I've got someone that lives in a different area that have a lot of bushfires, and their council was able to get in contact with their residents and give them an actual evacuation plan, how to get out of the area. Do we have something similar or no?
In terms of bushfires, that's usually done through the RFS or the CFS. And again, we'd probably feed into that. I haven't had an experience yet here at council when it's come to bushfires.
I'm just relating it to I'm actually relating it to the flooding. So if we live along like there's a lot of areas that on the Georges River. What happens if there's an actual flood? What do we do as council? Do we just rely on SCS, is what you're saying?
No, we don't rely on SCS. We get heavily involved, and a recent example on the recent rains, and we had some flash flooding. One of our staff actually, for want of a better term, saved a young kid who was going to walk through the floods, and that was our staff that saved that kid. So we do get heavily involved. We're right in the front line. In fact, we're probably more prevalent than what the SCS is.
Yeah.
That would be fair to say.
Councillor Green?
Yes, I'm just wondering from the conversation, what I'm hearing is that we're actually talking about the council's emergency response plan, because it takes in whether it be bushfire, flood, whatever, and taking into also account of the climate change, whatever. That it's actually the conversation is actually much broader than just flood. It's an emergency response. So, and recognising the number of other agencies that are also involved and make up that response as well as council.
Correct. and there's a step before that, and that's the preparedness side of it, where we can educate our residents through a preparedness plan, and this particular plan would help with that.
So I'm wondering then, in light of this conversation, that what the briefing is really about what the council's emergency response is, rather than just like flood, bushfire. It's about emergency response.
Correct.
Yep. All right. Well, I think the intent is there. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, declare it carried. Next item is 258. Maybe we've covered a bit of this. Question news 4. Councillor Caliendo, you happy to wait next month, or?
Yes, I'll wait, and I think it's associated with our current, with our discussion just completed anyway.
Great. Councillor Harrell, page 259, question note 5.
Yeah, I'm happy to wait as well.
Yep. Councillor Haggerty, page 260.
Yeah, can I just add one more question to that? Has council considered animal adoption days? Otherwise, happy to wait.
I'm assuming the answers for question 1 and 2 is a part of the annual fees and charges. Huh? Yeah, so councillor, it's part of the annual fees and charges which you vote on every year. So you set the fees.
I'll wait for the answer to come back.
No worries.
Sorry, can I also add something to that list of questions if Councillor Haggerty is amenable to that? Obviously, with the recent move to ban all kills in animal shelters, just wanted to get a sense of what impact that will have on our animal shelters adoptions and what strategies the shelter is putting in place to sort of respond to that.
Yep. Are you happy to add that on, councillor?
And I have a few that we could add on to it as well, if it's amenable. There's been concern over a recent video of one of the dogs from the animal welfare shelter, where people also had a photograph of the same animal the day that it was being taken to the animal shelter, and people are concerned that the animal had seemed to have lost weight. Can we have a bit of a report back on how the animals are being fed? Are they being fed enough to keep them in good health?
Happy with that, councillor?
Sure.
Great. Okay. Wonderful. Thanks. We'll now move on to page 261, NOM 01, Council Policies and Standards. Councillor McNaught.
Thank you. I'd like to move the motion that's in the book. I'm happy to speak to it if I have a seconder.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Amun. Yep.
Thank you. And I thank the Acting CEO for the comments. I think it's pretty self-explanatory and pretty basic. As a new councillor, I think part of our due diligence is to go through and bring ourselves up to speed with the decisions that have been made before us. And I'm happy to wait until the April meeting to have a look at the policies that are coming up, the policies that have changed into standards, thank you. The policies that have changed into standards, because, if there is also room to further cut red tape, I think we would all be happy with that. So if people are happy to support, that would be great. And I think it summarises and it's easier for us to bring ourselves up to speed as new councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Any further discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Declare it unanimous. Next item is NOM 02, page 263, Property Maintenance, Newbridge Road, Moorebank. Councillor McNaught.
I'm happy to move the motion as it appears in the book as well again.
Can I second it, but can I also make a recommendation about a couple of other points, please, councillor? Point 3, that council undertake a focus/blitz on grass on private land throughout the LGA, and for whether we can organise a briefing at a suitable time, looking at council's enforcement policy. And I'll happy to speak for after the mover.
Can I just have a look at what point 4 was? Undertake an audit, was that?
Now, organise a briefing at a suitable time on council's enforcement.
Oh, sorry, point 3.
Or point 3, that council have a focus/blitz on grass throughout on grass on private property throughout the LGA.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that on.
Thank you. Would you like to speak for your motion, Councillor?
Thank you. Again, I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but that section of road that I referred to there from along Newbridge Road between Henry Lawson Drive and Brickmakers Drive is the entrance to our city from that aspect, and it sets the scene for visitors to our LGA. I think we would probably all agree that it's not in the best shape, and this is our time to get that right. Thank you for the comments from the CEO. I take those on board, and I agree that most of the land probably is ours to manage. And if sounds as though we're getting onto that, which is fabulous. I'm just very mindful that also the planning proposals that exist along that piece of road on the larger ex-commercial lots may well take some time to come to fruition, and the way that appears to visitors at the moment is pretty unsatisfactory. So it would be nice if we could all take that pride, and that's why I think it's important then to also put points 3 and 4 in there so that we're all a little bit more house proud or yard proud, and council can set that example by keeping our voluntary acquisition land nicely kept there as well. And apart from looking nice, there's also problems walking along that footpath the way that it is at the moment, and that exists on council land and also on some of those private larger properties. So that's the reason for my putting this motion forward.
Thank you, Councillor. And can I just add the point 3, just to clarify, as after discussion with the Director, of after the word undertake, after a compliance focus. So I'm sure our Acting Director of City Presentation doesn't want more grass to cut. So just to focus that we're here to comply.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Just once, are you happy with that, Councillor? Yep.
Yes.
Great.
Number 3, undertake a compliance focus splits over grass on a private property. Are you talking about inside the property or outside the property?
Inside.
Because you have to take into consideration you may have like a couple, elderly couple, or sick couple, disabled couple, or, they can't get the grass.
Yeah,
there is no law or act or rules forces them to clean it because they're council duty.
Unfortunately, Councillor, I will have to admit that before I built my house in Chipping Norton, that I received a fine from council because my grass was a bit too long. So if it wasn't legal, I'd like my money back, but I did pay it. But Councillor Harrell?
On that issue, I meant to ask earlier, the flood acquisition area around Moorebank, the grass is not the only problem. If you were to take an aerial view of that area, and I've raised the issue many times, there are properties there, they're not just overgrown, they've got rubbish, broken down cars, and it really, really looks bad. And it's been like that for decades. And council has been, through their legal department, trying to do something about it, but unfortunately nothing happens. Could we look at that as well? It's not just the grass, it's the overgrown properties with dumped cars and rubbish and so on. It's really bad along that acquisition area. So what I'm suggesting is you change that just from overgrown grass to other issues.
Yeah, so I think what everyone's trying to get at is exactly. We want the city to look cleaner. We can do so much as council, but the community should be out there. If we're going to focus, I know we have limited compliance resources. I guess the question is, through this, can we focus those compliance resources on doing these things proactively? I think is what we're trying to achieve. Yeah, and I've been informed by the Director that we are doing what you just said. Their action is being taken on that. Councillor Haggerty.
Yep. Can I thank the Mayor on his amendment, because I was going to raise something similar. I accept that that approach is unsightly, but there are lots of unsightly approaches and we should probably take a holistic approach. But on point 4, I think it was either the November or October meeting, Councillor Rhodes may have put a motion forward and I added an amendment which said councillors to get a briefing on the enforcement policy. Still waiting. Can I get...
I've been informed that that's happening at the next strategic panel meeting.
Excellent, thank you.
So, yeah. All right. Is there any other further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Declare the motion carried. Next item is page 265, Nom 03. Councillor McNaught.
Mr. Mayor, I think we covered this in the report that came from Community and Culture earlier, and if I could just say thank you again for that and bring on the hybrid forums. Thank you. I guess, do we withdraw the motion then, or?
I think we'll just receive a note.
Yep, thank you.
Seconded. Yep, Councillor Moon. All in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Nom 04, page 267. Moorebank Intermodal Development Levy. Deputy Mayor.
Through the CEO, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this motion is really about a budgetary item so that councillors are doing their job with due diligence, in that we are aware of the actual funds that go in, that are received as the ex gratia funds, and what they're expended upon. It is by no means to question what is happening, but it is an accounting necessity for us to know what is going on. That is our job, and also for transparency to the community. So the motion is as it reads, and yeah, it's self-explanatory. It's to increase transparency for the community as to the funds and what they're being used for, and yeah, basically that's it.
Thank you. Did I get a seconder? I did get a seconder, didn't I? I didn't, sorry. I didn't get a seconder, did I?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Moved, sorry about that. Moved, Deputy Mayor. Seconded, Councillor Goodman. Any further discussion? Councillor Haggerty.
Question. Through the CEO, I assume to Bishwa, but hey, I'll let you. Do we account for this money separately as is? I'm just wondering if this is not redundant and unnecessary. We have quarterly reviews. Is it a line item in the budget? If we're already accounting for it separately, do we need to sort of do this? That's all.
Thank you, Council. I'll just put it through to the Director of Corporate Services, Paul Perrott.
Yes, it's already accounted for. I think if the resolution is passed, it will create an internally restricted reserve that will set aside the funds received for the specific purposes of that special reserve, of that restricted reserve. So in a sense, it will move cash from the unrestricted cash into our internally restricted reserve.
Oh, okay. Any other further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Declare it carried. Next item is on page 269, Nom 05, mountain bike racing track. Councillor Rhodes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the CEO. As we are aware, we've had situations in Liverpool where there's been illegal mountain bike racing tracks. So we know that there is a great need with it in Liverpool, and it would certainly stop the illegal activity if there could be a mountain bike racing track or tracks provided throughout the Liverpool LGA. I thank Council for their report, and I identify that there may not be, per se, mountain bike racing track clubs in Liverpool, but there are certainly people that, given the facility, would be certainly quite willing to create them. the other issue that is extremely important is that mountain bike racing is a up-and-coming Olympic sport, and the other issue that I wish councillors to know is that there is quite a substantial mountain bike racing track, national champions all throughout New South Wales. They're travelling all throughout New South Wales. If we had one of these tracks or some of these tracks in Liverpool, it would assist us in the visitor economy, because these people come with parents and grandparents and everybody associated, usually with younger children that are participating in the sport. It would be good for Liverpool, and the motion that I have before you is simply that council identifies suitable land within the Liverpool LGA that might accommodate establishment of mountain bike racing tracks. You can engage with the Western Sydney Academy of Sport and Community Mountain Bike Racing Clubs and enthusiasts, and include the provision of mountain bike track racing. Not in the big plan, I've had that corrected, that's the 100-day plan.
Cool. Councillor, sorry, Deputy Mayor, thank you for that. Sorry, once again, I forgot to call a seconder. My apologies. Do you have a seconder for that motion?
I'm happy to second it.
Councillor Goodman. To your point, Deputy Mayor, that I think down at Lieutenant Cantello Reserve that we met some kids who set up their own little, I'm not sure, I'm getting confused between pump tracks, mountain bike tracks, or whatever it is. So can I ask maybe that a point for that we look at Cantello Reserve as one of those potential options?
Well, I think round about that area would be a great consideration. Because we do know that it's around about that area that we've been having problems with the illegal tracks. But this is something that council would have to look at appropriate land. It's easy enough for us to say, well, we know where the interest is, but I'm sure that council can find appropriate land, and we're willing to take their advice on that matter. And yeah, it's just got to go into the processes and go into the 100-day plan for costing and further consideration of council.
Great. That being said, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, declare it carried. Page 272, NOM 07, Government Grants and Funding. Deputy Mayor, moving the motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Seconder, Councillor Goodman. Yes,
Through the CEO, this is pretty self-explanatory. The Collingwood Visitation Precinct is currently underway to some extent, and of course the Liverpool Animal Shelter is something that we desperately need. We do know that the facility that we are currently using, although it is a piecemeal situation to get us through our current situation, it is hardly sufficient, and we need that Liverpool Animal Shelter delivered for the people of Liverpool as soon as possible. So once again, that council include in the 100-day plan, so a correction to that, consideration for the already initiated projects of the Collingwood Visitation Precinct and the Liverpool Animal Shelter.
Lovely, thank you. I think it's a great motion. I think we definitely need this. I'm supporting it. Any other further discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, declare the motion carried. Next item is page 275, NOM 09, potholes. Councillor Amun.
I think we've missed one.
No, what did I miss? Sorry. What did I do? Oh, sorry. I was on 272. I confused myself. Good chairing there. Oh my God. Sorry. So the NOM 61. Sorry, NOM 06, page 251.
NOM 07.
So now we're on page 272 about government grants and funding.
Thank you.
So, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, through the Mayor and the CEO, we all know that we stand on the brink of several elections coming up within the next few years. There has never been a bigger chance or bigger or greater opportunity for Liverpool to find the funding that we now know that we need so that we can get some of these projects delivered for the people of Liverpool. We need to take every opportunity to acquire government grants and funding from all political parties, regardless of their colour, and there's not a better opportunity for us to do it. I believe that the Liverpool Council does a terrific job, as it is, but it's only a small team delegated with the task, and we need, for us to take greater opportunities that the current situation is going to present to us, I believe that we need to maximise our opportunities by increasing revenue through whatever means available to us. Liverpool Council does need to address budget concerns, we know that. Funding and grants is going to be our opportunity to progress on things that we may not be able to do because of those budgetary concerns. So this is an investment. It's an investment that will help Liverpool to be able to deliver on some of the incentives and initiatives that people are putting forward. We know that we've had COVID and other economic conditions that has possibly created new economic realities for Council, and that even more necessitates Council to concentrate as much attention and funds as is possible to address the needs and opportunities to increase revenue for Liverpool Council that does not negatively impact upon our constituents. Obviously, if we get funding and grants, that's a way of being able to fund the projects that we wanted to be able to deliver for our constituents without it being a cost to the constituents. So the notice of motion is make provision to increase and improve Council's opportunities to attain funding and grants, investigate and initiate any other legal opportunities, additional means for Council might be able to increase revenue without negative impact on other ratepayers, and I believe other councils are currently doing that. So I think that our council should also look into what opportunities there may be in that, and invest immediately from general revenue. And I put a figure in here that people are willing to discuss or talk about, but it would need revenue immediately put in there at the moment so that we can take advantage of the coming elections and to improve and expand Liverpool Council grants and funding processes.
Cool.
And further allocate in the new financial year a budget from general revenue to further assist points 2 and 3.
Okay, do you have a second?
Happy to second on the proviso we get rid of points 3 and 4.
We get what?
We get rid of points 3 and 4, and I'm happy to explain why.
So you don't want to put a money value on it?
Right.
How are we going to deliver it?
Right, so I'll speak in favour of the motion. I've been a big supporter of grants, and the grant officer, and as you can see in the report there, the grant officers paid for themselves over and over again. We spoke earlier, I think the Mayor used the word frugal, need to be frugal. We also, as part of that, we're undergoing a zero-based budget process, and I think that this delves into, or almost gets into operational. I won't raise a point of order, but I think I agree with the sentiment, but let's let the staff go away, put the numbers together, come back and say, we need 1 FTE or half a FTE, or we have adequate FTEs. You spoke about an investment. It is an investment. And like the trade delegation, it's an investment. But the trade delegation came through a staff report. Staff did the research. They did, they went and spoke to people and they said, we need this amount of money to deliver these outcomes. I think that's the process we need to go through here. Happy to support us getting as many grants as possible. And the Mayor and I have had conversations about the upcoming elections and what we can do to advocate on both sides of the aisle. But there's our jobs as councillors, and then there's staff's jobs, and I think it's up to staff to go away and come back and say, as part of the budget process, here is how many resources we do or don't need, and here's the cost associated with those.
Cool. Any others, Councillor Hadid?
Okay, well, there's just a question, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO. Do we have someone who's doing this sort of a job right now?
Yes, we do. We have one FTE doing it.
So it's doing the same things now we're asking for through this motion.
I'll refer that question to the Director of Community and Culture.
Okay.
Thank you. Through this acting CEO, Councillor Did, we do have one officer currently doing the work here at Council. Their focus has more been around the smaller scale projects, given the experience of the member of staff, and they've really looked at trying to prioritise shovel-ready commitments so we're ready to fund larger scale projects. There's a number of new documents that we've created around funding opportunities. So it's a bit of an inward focus around that, looking at large opportunities, smaller scale, and just activation type of grants. We do want to do. We do believe that there is opportunities to expand and look at that, particularly for the larger scale projects where we require advocacy and lobbying, and I know councillors are very keen to help us in that space, but we also can look at consultants that can specialise in the larger scale sort of projects to maximise our opportunities in that space. So what I've asked, through the response, just so we can do our due diligence, we are doing a review of the officer because that was a pilot project, and we want to look at what we should do to expand the already afforded opportunities that we've got from this particular member of staff.
So the one you employed now, is he or she specialised in this field?
Yes, but more from a community grants perspective. So we've been very successful in remediation sort of work projects like the upgrade of the tennis courts at Big Park as an example, the change in spaces facility at Whitland Centre, those kind of smaller scale grants. So what we need to look at now is those larger opportunities and what's the best approach there, whether it's a consultancy or a permanent member of staff.
So do you think he or she can do this job we're asking for now through this motion?
Not independently. They need to do it with their technical expertise of the officers within each of the departments. So if we're working on a project in the infrastructure space, we work with our director Raj and his team in the technical specifications and the design and all the application requirements that are within that. Some of the challenges are from the inception of application to the acquittal, and there's a whole range of activity that needs to be done, and that's why one resource is quite challenging to get a lot of that work done.
Yep. Thank you. Councillor McNaught.
Sorry, I have a question through you, Mr Mayor. Is there any information around, so I understand we have one person doing this at the moment who's been quite successful by the look of those figures, but is there any information around what we didn't hit on that we may have been able to, had we had more, and I know you can't, but had we had more resources or opportunities that we've missed out on in that same period? Do we have any information on that?
Thank you, Councillor. That's a good question. Look, we have put applications in and been unsuccessful. So, for example, the last round of the accelerated funds, we put 4 applications in and were successful on 1. So it's hard to quantify whether another officer would actually make a difference or whether we were just, we got some skin in the game and we were quite successful in that 1 out of 4 applications.
Thank you.
And Councillor Hart?
Yes, I had a question through the CEO. What sort of, looking at the budget, our income on grants is quite substantial, and I think it runs into the millions of dollars. So what I'm saying is that the people that we have at the moment obviously are doing a good job, or we wouldn't be getting those grants, and would investing, according to this, $500,000, would that gain that amount back over what we are currently getting?
Through the CEO, these are more the non-recurrent grants, so the opportunities that come afforded to council through, the various applications. The other grants you're talking about, Vishwa could probably elaborate on, but they're more secured grants that we get regularly, which are more of a regular occurrence to council. So, if that answers your question.
Yes, sorry. What I'm saying is, in that instance, those grants automatically come to council. You do not need your expert in doing that. So what I have difficulty in grasping is, if we have extra staff, will they actually pay for themselves?
That's a difficult question to answer, but definitely what I've seen, there are many different revenue streams through grants, and the more you invest into trying to achieve those or trying to gain those, they would pay themselves.
Yeah. Councillor, if I can speak for the motion, I'd thank the Deputy Mayor for putting this motion up. This is a no-brainer, potentially one of the best and most important motions that's come to council tonight. We have significant requirements from infrastructure and grants, and we're not getting our cut. And an example of that is the Western City deal, where there were 8 councils involved, and we did not even get 1/8 of the pie. I don't need a report to tell me that's not fair. I'll also go back to a motion that was put on the floor of the council by Councillor Hadid. Councillor Hadid at the time it was about the metro train. Councillor put up a motion saying that we should get the metro to Liverpool. He was criticised in this chamber for it's a political stunt, right? But he didn't need a report for that. He knew at the end of the day, if we're going to need better public transport, we didn't need a report, we didn't need a study, we needed to get the metro here. He put the motion forward. From that motion, it was about putting in submissions, encouraging the community putting submissions. He was out there at the train station with the council staff, as I was and other councillors. We went out there early in the morning, in winter, freezing cold, rainy days, and there were over 500 submissions received. A third of the submissions in total, there were 1,500 in total throughout the whole project from Sydney to Bankstown. 500 of them were in Liverpool. This is a publicly available report. From that report, which started from that motion, we now have the long-term master plan, a planned extension from Bankstown to Liverpool, potentially a $2 billion plus investment into our community. Didn't need a report, you knew it had to be done. Councillors, I strongly recommend this because we need to get onto the front foot and get more than our fair share. We need to get, this is how we get 15th Avenue upgraded. This is how we get our swimming pool at Carnshill and the many numerous things that are out there. The government just announced, the Minister for Public Spaces and Recreation announced that potentially doubling of funding for cycleways, right? There's a lot of money out there. What are we going to do about it? Right? At the end of the day, we got to get on the front foot. This is about doing that. Yeah, I think this is a very prudent investment that can have a direct correlation in 12 months' time, saying, look what we're able to get. So I think I would strongly recommend it. And the more we wait, the less chance we have to get ready for the federal election to get money from both major parties and also from the state election. So I think there's a process, and I strongly recommend and thank the Deputy Mayor for putting this up. That being said, I'll now, unless you write a reply, Deputy Mayor. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands.
Point of order. Just point of clarification. What's the actual motion?
The motion as moved by the deputy.
With
you wanted
points 3 and 4.
Oh, you want to have points 3 and 4 removed? Sorry. Are you removing points 3 and 4? Yeah.
I haven't agreed to that amendment. I think that it's quite evident from even what the council staff is saying to us is that. We need more than one person if we're going to seriously try to do this. That one person currently has been concentrating on our civic grants and matters like that, but we haven't got somebody who is out there who is adamant about finding grants and funding for our bigger projects.
Yeah, but $640,000.
No.
Sorry?
So the motion as is. I'm happy to second the motion, Councillor.
I'll withdraw then.
Yeah, I'm happy to second it. Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Declare the motion carried. Next item is Nom 0A on page 274.
Voted against.
Council contract budget concerns. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the CEO. There have been a number of recent concerns raised to councillors regarding contracts that are being awarded to subcontract people that are working for council that has an impact, or possibly has an impact, on the Liverpool Council budgets. Now, this motion is just simply so that councillors can be informed and in due diligence make decisions in and around the budget. The best way I have of explaining it is that we have a bucket and we're putting money in it, but then we're being told that there's holes in the bucket and the money is getting out through the holes. So it was a concern raised by different constituents, and the motion is to provide a workshop opportunity as soon as possible to raise issues in context to the budget of council in regards to subcontract contracts awarded for park maintenance and bush regeneration, and make available to council under confidentiality agreement contracts awarded from 2016 to 2022 for parks maintenance and bush regeneration. That's the motion.
Cool. Nope. Do we have a seconder for the motion?
Happy to second.
Seconder, Councillor Harle.
I have
Any
a
discussion?
question or point of order, I'm not sure. Through you, Chair, are there probity issues with this?
I'll refer the question to our legal counsel, Jen Hall.
Thank you. Through the acting CEO, there may certainly be commercial in confidence contained within those documents, not necessarily probity, because the contracts would have been awarded with a probity framework around them, but there would certainly be commercial in confidence information contained.
Yep.
Sorry, so following on from that question, would a motion like this be legal, or would there be sort of caveats or other measures required around it?
Councillor, it's a legal motion. That there's nothing about probity. Ultimately, that councillors, we're a board of directors and are entitled to get information regarding the goings on of council. So I imagine any confidential information will be dealt like any other confidential information under closed cover.
Sure. With respect, would it be possible to get legal advice on that?
We'll take that on notice. Thank you.
Councillor Harle.
Question on that, through the CEO. Similar question to Councillor Caliandra, and the reply was that it's commercial in confidence. Does commercial in confidence mean councillors can't get access to the data?
In my opinion, no. I'm happy to pass to the CEO.
I'll refer that to our legal counsel.
Thank you. Through the acting CEO, clearly under Section 10A of the Local Government Act, there are certain provisions in relation to, obviously, commercial in confidence information being shared in closed session. In my view, there would have to be certain criteria placed upon the sharing of that information, which has been done in the past, to ensure that, one, it doesn't leave the room or it isn't publicised or free to make its way into the public domain.
Thank you. The reason I ask, you may remember in one of the councils in the past, I think it might have been during your term, we had a problem with, not a problem, but we discussed an issue with a Propel contract, and that was commercial in confidence, and we could not actually see it. But then we were able to see it was redacted, but you could see what the contract was, but you could not get a paper copy of it. I'm concerned that I don't particularly want a paper copy of it, but I do want to see what the conditions are. There are times when we're not privy to that information, and effectively as directors of council, we should be able to see that information, particularly if we've got to make decisions that are worth multi-million dollars. So I thank you for your reply.
Thank you. Councillor Hadid? So do you want to turn your microphone on? Sorry, Councillor. So do you want to repeat that? We couldn't hear that.
What is it?
We couldn't hear you. The microphone wasn't on.
Okay.
Now it's on. So what did you say? You want to see every dot point?
Of each contract.
Yeah, lovely. All right, wonderful. All right, thanks. I'll now put the motion.
Can I suggest an amendment? 2012 to 2022. Let's have a look at a decade.
Yep. Seconder, happy with that? Councillor Howell? Yep, great. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I declare it carried. Page 275, NOM 09. Potholes, Councillor Moon.
Through the chair, unfortunately there are too many potholes in our roads. Throughout the campaign, I was privileged to talk to a lot of residents of Liverpool, mainly Casula, and their main priority is their roads. Therefore, I'd like to move the motion to have an immediately undertake the audit of all council roads, identifying all potholes. Report back to council ASAP with the cost to fix, patch these potholes in a timeline, so that way we know what we're up for. And acknowledge that local roads are council's responsibility. And being a council responsibility, our ratepayers pay their money to drive on these roads, and they better be good roads. So I'd like to move the motion.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for your motion? Councillor McNaught.
Second that.
Question?
McNaught. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, Councillor.
So I note in the CEO's comment there's a periodic comprehensive condition assessment of council's 950 kilometres of road, and that takes about 3 to 5 years. What is the cost of that, roughly, and what would be the cost to undertake an immediate audit of all roads? So I'm assuming the assumption there is that we contract that 3 to 5 year period into 6 months, 12 months, 3 months.
The sooner the better.
3 months.
I think we'll put the question to the CEO.
I'll refer to the Infrastructure and Environment Director, Raj.
Thank you, CEO. Presently, Council has a systematic way of inspecting and managing its entire road network. By the way, Councillor, thank you for the question. I mean, I think the underlying sentiments are appreciated, and we fully concur with that. It is one of the most highest value assets Council owns, and we therefore have a structured system and a process to manage the roads. So back to the with regards to the specific question. Under the Office of Local Government Guidelines, all our assets needs to be fully inspected and valued every 3 to 5 years. And roads network, it takes about 12 months to inspect, and that costs council in the order of $200,000 to $250,000 because these are automated vehicles with very high resolution cameras to map and measure every crack, pothole, and every type of heave and shove or rut that you have on the road. So that happens as part of our process anyway. Now that is supplemented further by ongoing inspections by our city presentation staff, by the operations staff, and further so there's ongoing patrols and inspections, and that's also supplemented by resident inquiries and compliance to then program the reactive patches and the planned program patches and the more major renewals that are undertaken. So the inspections that are undertaken, they actually inform not only the pothole patching, but they inform the annual program of works. Now, the reason we do that every 4 to 5 years is I mean, firstly, the cost, $250,000 every time we do this. It has to be outsourced. There's no internal expertise to undertake this work. And you look at the balance between the value that provides and the work. We do not invest that amount of money in roads or any infrastructure to see that rapid change if we were to do, for example, do this every year. So there's no value in doing this level of network-wide comprehensive inspection every year. The problem that's facing this council is the aging of our road network. It's a very extensive network, and some parts of the network, I fully agree, is in a poor to very poor condition, and the only solution is to fully reconstruct it. Now, that has to be balanced with preventing good roads and better roads into falling into disrepair. So it's that balancing, and that's where our strategy that council has so far adopted and operated has worked well in terms of maintaining the average network condition over the medium to long term. So as we have said in the CEO comment, we will come back as part of the budgeting process, long-term financial planning process. We'll present our draft progress. That's the opportunity for council to then look at whether that level of funding is sufficient, or those projects that we've identified are sufficient in managing our entire road network.
So through the CEO, Councillor Moon. So am I hearing that saying that the condition report is going to come back and tell us that it's probably similar to what it was, or probably declining? So we're better off spending the money on actually fixing the roads?
Absolutely.
That's something. Sorry, Councillor Moon.
Well, basically, without due respect through the chairman, council's looking at doing a $200 million project, right? But their roads are bad. How do you justify that to your constituents? What do you say to them? I'm building a $200 million project, but hey, you know what? You're going to crack your rim every time you drive on the road, and it's going to cost you $2,000 to fix. How does that add up? How do we fix it? These people want answers. They voted us in to have answers. What's the answer to this problem that we've got? I can name off the top of my head at least 10 to 12 streets in Lernea that you simply cannot drive on. Thelma Street, Hill Road, Hillview Parade, Wonga Road, Karajong Road. What are we doing about it? Are we spending $200 million on building a unit for us, or a complex for us? Or are we helping these people drive on their roads? Where's our money going? You know, I believe all council should vote for this motion, because this motion identifies a problem that everybody has. Yeah. So if you stand for this motion, you stand for the people that voted you in here. You stand against it, you're standing against the people that voted you here. That's what I believe. It's your call.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Howard, did you want to?
Oh, just to comment on that. I agree with the councillor on the issue. Our roads, particularly in the Green Valley area, and more so in the rural areas, they are so bad that people are actually driving on the edges of the road instead of the middle of the road because they're so badly potholed. 4th Avenue, so on and so on. It's a perpetual problem. And your reference to the $200 million is not going to have an effect. Council cannot borrow, correct me if I'm wrong, cannot borrow money against infrastructure such as roads.
But it can make the repayments.
Doesn't matter. We cannot borrow money to fix roads.
But you can make the repayments.
Sorry, Councillor Howard. Actually, Council can resolve to borrow money to fix roads if it wanted to.
Sorry, we're borrowing money for the building. It's unrestricted. It's actually not against the construction of the property. It's unsecured lending.
Yeah. Yep. So we can, Councillor. All right. Just being mindful of time, everyone. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. Deputy Mayor, did you want to say something? Sorry.
I am having difficulty with it. I acknowledged what our council managers have told us. They're advising us that it is better to spend the money on fixing the roads than... can you bring it down a little bit? I can't read all the motion. Instead of immediately undertake an audit of all council roads, identifying all potholes. I think we've got the understanding that our roads are very, very bad, and with all this rain, they're going to be even worse. I mean, the potholes are going to be incredible after all this rain. So I'm just wondering if we can make adjustments to or amendments to the motion so that we're doing both. We are acknowledging the roads that have been identified by Councillor Amoon, and and putting them into the system for the roads to be fixed up. And we immediately continue with the council's responsibility of fixing the roads. We need the report back so that they can tell us whether they've got enough resources to be able to deliver the level of service to the community and what the community expects. And then it is a council responsibility to, in the budget, I believe, to make those that funding available so that they can fix it up. So the bit that I'm unsure about, Councillor Moon, is immediately undertake an audit of all council roads, identifying all potholes, and report back to council as soon as possible with cost to fix, patch them and timeline. I think, yes, we should be fixing the roads. Any new roads should be going into it. Anyone that we can identify and find, we should be making this a priority. It's a commitment to the constituents. They do want their roads fixed. So I wonder if you would consider taking out number 1, or changing it so that it is that council. I would like to see council do a blitz on their roads. I would like to see council call for other people, the people that are out there in our using our roads, to identify potholes whenever they see them, and they come back into council and they go onto a list of road repairs. If that was put onto the website and council kept that list updated of the roads that have been repaired, that way the constituents can see that we're taking this, placing a priority on this, and we're interested in the results. And so I'd like to see the money going into creating those results rather than an audit. And we need council accountability with the identified roads and the ones that have been fixed on a continuing basis and put up onto the website.
Deputy Mayor, be mindful of time. Sorry to interrupt. I think what Councillor Moon is saying here is that ultimately it's like, right, there's a process saying, well, let's find out what's wrong, right? That was point 1, which is through the audit. Point 2, and understanding what the liability is. Point 2 was, tell us how much we need to fix that, right? And point 3, here's the money in the budget, or tell us what the number is, and we'll allocate it and make it prioritize in the budget. Right.
Through the CEO, like, I don't want to get into the operational side of how we can do it. Simply, council can just appoint a person to get in their car, go into each suburb, drive in. I said that already, mate. And just see what the problems are and come back and report it. It's simple. I don't want to be operational, but if we're going to look at things in doing them the right and quick way, and there's things that we can say, oh, you know what, I just simply can't do it. Or it's going to take 3 months to do it, or it's going to take 6 months to do it.
Can I make a suggestion? We leave point 3 and then we have another point that says get a briefing from Raj's team on what the process is, the current process on identifying roads.
Sorry, can I add something, or request that we include in the briefing?
Sorry, Councillor, I wasn't meant to be paying attention. We're just getting some clarification.
Yes, I noticed.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just about to call you Madam Mayor again. Sorry. It's been a long day. Can I request that we include in the briefing obviously the rain is a big issue that's contributing to the increased number of potholes. It's not something that we can change, even if, we spent the entirety of council's budget and, did no other projects, there would still be issues related to potholes created because of the La Nina effect that we're experiencing currently. Perhaps we could have included in the briefing, what some of the latest thought or work is in terms of how to appropriately balance or manage those issues, because I think that short of controlling the rain, we're going to have potholes.
I've been informed that this audit is happening in it's due to happen in next financial year. Is that correct in saying so? So we're not far off of it. And we've done one 2 years ago. I think ultimately what's going to get down to at the end of the day, council, if you want to fix potholes and get back to basics, you've got to spend more money on roads, right? Now, whether we can do a blitz, as the deputy mayor recommended, right? It's a matter of how big is this problem? Can I ask through the CEO, how long does this report take? If we bring it forward, if we know that we're going to do it next year, if we can now bring this forward based upon this motion, when are we seeing results?
Through the acting CEO, based on because the condition rating, network-wide condition rating, is a routine ongoing process. We have quite a bit of information that's already guiding our investment as to where money should be invested to repair roads in terms of major repairs, mill and resheet, and heavy patching, and even pothole patching. So if we were to do this, bring this forward, that program really is not going to change, not overnight anyway. So my suggestion would be to we stay with the current program of network-wide inspections, and as one of the councillors, Councillor Kellingham, has recommended, there will be a briefing as part of the budgeting process where we can talk about the variables involved that actually influence the performance of a road pavement, and how we can look at a balanced approach to managing our road network, so that you've got to, I guess, in managing road network, because it's how extensive it is, it's simply financially impossible to aim for all roads to be in a satisfactory condition or better. No council does this. So the question then goes to what target service levels we're talking about, and therefore what budget level should be set. And this is a conversation that really needs, it's a part of the budgeting process. And happy to bring to council a briefing to outline the full, I guess, context of the budget planning for road management. And out of that, we can have some recommendations.
So sorry, so through the CEO, I guess once again, if this were to happen, this motion, how long does the report take to get done before
we would have to go out to market to engage a consultant, so the whole process would be about 18 months anyway.
18 months to do the whole report.
So just to explain through the acting CEO, just to explain the process, there is 3 months procurement to engage a consultant that drives around 1,000 kilometers to map and photograph all defects of a road. And then a rater sits behind a screen to look at the size of the crack to determine whether that takes priority over a pothole or whatever the other failures are. So there's a process, as I've outlined earlier, there's a process around that in network-wide pavement assessments, and that'll be from now, it'll be about 18 months.
Councillor Moon?
Sorry, with all due respect to all the councillors that are here today, when was the last time any of you drove on Limp Parade?
Anyone what?
Last week. How satisfying was the road? How good was the road? I've been driving on that road for the past 2.5 years, and every time I've driven on that road, it had a pothole as big as my head. Maybe bigger. Okay? That's one road. Councillors, one road. Limp Parade. You do a U-turn on the roundabout, you go into a ditch. I cracked my rim on my car, cost me $2,500. When I rang this council and asked them what I can do, they said to me, claim it on insurance. This is what we're facing. This is what people are crying out for. And you told me 18 months or 8 months? Come on, man.
Can I just Councillor, so I think so. If we look at this now, right? So Raj has the director of city infrastructure environment has the program. So that's about fixing and keeping to a standard. The challenge we have with all these potholes is there is only, how many teams do we have to do with this acting CEO?
We have 2 Flowcons, 2 pothole trucks that to cover 300 square kilometres.
Yeah. So the reality is, if we want to fix more potholes, we need at least two more teams.
Buy more trucks.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's why I think maybe the motion should be more leaning towards that way, saying, well, we need to get more teams, upgrade that, upgrade that.
I'm happy to amend it to get more teams.
Yeah.
But the quicker we can fix it, the better it is. But when you go out and you say to people, it's going to be 8 months to have your roads half right.
Councillor Hadid?
Mr. Mayor, I don't know why we're spending more than half an hour on this motion. But the motion is only asking for someone to get out with a truck full of asphalt, look where is a pothole, fill it, and go home. It's not asking to the restriction of the road or resurfacing of the road. It's only pothole. But CEO can say someone might was his truck full of asphalt, and look at the suburb. Where is a bloody pothole? Fill it and go home. We're spending almost 45 minutes on a motion like that. It's finished. It's nothing. Nothing wrong with it.
Can I just quickly make a point before we go down like this line of thinking that it's as easy as someone jumping in a car with some asphalt?
It is very easy because every day we report to the council, they go and fill it.
Can the comments be directed to the chair?
What's wrong with it? We're not restricted.
Thank you, Councillor Hadid. Councillor Calienda has the floor.
Resurfacing the street. We're not doing that.
I have a button to turn them off. Thank you, Councillor Calienda.
Look, I'll reference this article from 2013, so almost 10 years ago, which identified that North Sydney Council, which spent at that time $250,000 a year on potholes, identified 200 potholes appearing during recent rains, compared with 45 potholes appearing in the previous 2 weeks to that, right? And that cost $26,000 at that time, 10 years ago, to fill. So it's not a matter of time of saying, here's an audit of potholes right here, right now, let's fix them all. As we are experiencing rain, they're going to appear on an ongoing basis. Hence why there is a necessity to establish a bit of a framework and be a little bit more considered about how we do this.
I think ultimately what it's getting down to is there's 2 messages here. There's how do we keep our roads at a certain level, which is once again the fundamental. I'm happy to spend hours on this because Council, this is very important, as Councillor Moon has brought it up. It's back to basics, right? So assets and infrastructure needs more money to maintain a level of service. And I remember we had a presentation, Councillor Har, you may remember, we're at the Casula Powerhouse, where he said if you want to have a better level of service or maintain, you've got to spend this much money every year. That's one element to ideally prevent the potholes. Now we have the potholes with Councillor Moon, so rain, they're happening. The challenge that we have is city maintenance, city services does not have enough resources to be able to do that. So the question is, with 900 kilometres of roads and constantly growing every year, how many crews and how much funding do we need to put to that basic service? Because no matter what you do, no matter how much money you give to Raj, if you borrow $300-400 million, you're still going to get potholes. So this is where I think the challenge is. So ultimately, at the end of the day, I think we need information. Let's say, what's the cost to get another team up and running? What's the operational cost? How does that benchmark against other councils? And let's get serious and get to the point, because these are very good questions. We're the ones who are deciding the budget. We vote for it. The staff don't. So it's up to us as councillors saying, where do you want to put the money and what level of services you want?
Well, just look at the motion. The motion is talking about a pothole, not the construction or
yes, that's what I'm saying,
of the
Councillor.
road. It's talking about a pothole. A pothole is very easy to fix and a quick fix. Every day we receive too many complaints from the people. Bloody council, look at the pothole, look at the pothole.
Yeah,
we're
that's
not
the point.
talking about
Point of order.
When we have
talking about resurfacing.
Councillor Hagley, point of order.
We spend 1 hour on filling the pothole. Oh my God!
Just the term "bloody council" brings council and councillors and council staff into disrepute.
I think it's a strange colloquialism. I'm happy to accept the word "bloody." So we're happy to put the motion. We've had a mover of that. Right, cool. Is there point 3 or is it we just got the point 4?
Sorry, I thought we included a briefing in the motion.
Yeah, can we, Councillor Amun, are you happy to have a briefing as a point 4?
As long as it's in a timely fashion.
Yeah, sure we can. I think our director has a nice special part of his computer dedicated just to this particular part. All right, thank you. Is the seconder happy with that? Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, declare it carried. Next item is page 276, moved by the Deputy Mayor. Do we have a seconder?
I have.
Seconded, Councillor McNaught. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands.
I have an amendment.
Oh, sorry. I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Thank you. My amendment is this: to defer this motion until immediate family members are consulted and their response taken into consideration. Now, we all know the funeral has happened not long ago. I think we need to ask the family whether or not they're happy.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I ask?
They have been consulted.
And are they supportive, Deputy Mayor? Are they supportive, Deputy Mayor?
They're supportive of it, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Perhaps we could do it in a formal fashion, so write to the family, ask them if that's the case, and then we can have that tabled at a meeting.
Yeah. Deputy Mayor, you happy with that?
Happy with that?
Yep. So that negates the need for the amendment. Right. And does this have to go to the Geographical Names Board?
Yes, it's only a suggestion. We put forward suggestions.
So
and
the normal protocol, from my understanding previously, was that you'd have to wait 12 months
yes,
prior. So
that's right.
All right, wonderful. Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, raise your hands. Against, I declare it carried. Next item is on page 277, Norm 11, Michael Wynn Aquatic Centre Upgrade. Councillor Mel Goodman.
I'd like to move the motion.
Moved, Councillor Goodman. Seconded, Councillor Moon.
Just I don't know if it's a point of order or a question. Probably a point of order. Judging from the CEO's comment, it appears point 1 has already occurred. You got a report last week or week before that.
Yeah, through the CEO.
So, to Tina.
Thank you. Through the CEO, we received a report. We've done a peer review on the suite of aquatic facilities across the LGA and accounted for what their feasibility and various elements of delivery are in terms of the whole suite of aquatics. So yes, we have a commission report and we've just received it, and we're planning to bring a report back to council in the April council meeting around this provision.
Okay, so would the mover be willing to amend point 1 to say council notes that a report has been received on blah, 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 blah? So remove immediately engage a suitably qualified organisation. Is it notes that council has engaged a suitably qualified organisation?
But does that report include everything in that point 1?
Through the CEO, yeah.
Tina.
So what you're saying is immediately engage a suitably qualified organisation to start the planning process. This is more of a recommendation on what we should be looking at in terms of the suite of aquatic facilities, which includes Miller, but it doesn't go into any kind of concept development or anything like that. What we would do is the second iteration is bring the report to council. Then we review the report as and endorse it, and then the next steps would be to start concept development for the various, particularly the focus on the 100-day plan, which has Holsworthy, Carnes Hill and now Wendon as attached to do further exploration to get it to DA status.
Yep. So I think ultimately, understand what Councillor Haggard is going on about. I think, but Councillor Goodman's intention is to go to the next step, and this point takes it to that next step. So
I'll keep point 1 as it is.
Yep. Great.
Because my point 1 and the CEO's comments in point 1 is 2 different things.
Yep. All right. Would you like to speak for your motion, Councillor?
There's not really much to say because I don't think anyone needs convincing that 2168 community deserves an upgrade of its facility that was built in 50 years ago now.
Yep. So, Councillor Green.
Can I just make a comment and maybe put forward an amendment? Over the past 4 weeks, I've been participating in the New South Wales Office for Local Government training program Hit the Ground Running, which is offered to all new and returning councillors. Personally, I've found the webinars extremely informative and important, building on a councillor induction process that was conducted in which we all attended. The webinars offer participants a deeper understanding of councillor roles and responsibilities and, importantly, builds knowledge and awareness of regulatory and legislative requirements in a number of important areas, particularly in the context of integrated planning and reporting. I noted the acting CEO's response, in particular the presentation of the Warren Green Consulting report that we've just been speaking about, that is going to come to the April meeting. I would like to therefore request that prior to the April meeting, a briefing session be provided to councillors that incorporates a practical overview of the integrated planning and reporting framework, including the legislative obligations of annual reporting. I sit here and I listen to a lot of comments that come up at different times and motions that get put forward, and just even the 100-day plan, and I struggle with what I can understand about the integrated planning and reporting framework, how it all fits together. And I'm just concerned that maybe that there are things that are coming forward that, if there's not a deeper understanding of how it all comes together and what our responsibilities and regulatory reporting obligations are that ensure that, that council, we are delivering what we are agreeing to. So that's my recommendation. I'd like to see a briefing on the integrated planning and reporting framework.
Look, thank you, Councillor. I'm just, and I appreciate 100% your sentiments and understand about the webinars and everything, but I'm just struggling to see how this directly relates to the Michael Wendon Centre, because this to me is more of a broader motion versus directly related. This is about upgrading the Michael Wendon Centre.
I guess what I'm saying is that I'm hearing a lot of stuff that, like, it's like a mushroom and it's growing, and I'm trying to work out how it all comes together under the strategic planning and with the reporting framework.
Yeah.
It's great to have all these ideas about what people want, but how does it realistically fit within that strategic plan and within the integrated planning and reporting?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that, Councillor. That we have to,
and our responsibilities in that.
Yeah. Ultimately, look, Councillor, I think that's about the community strategic plan, which we're going to be having our workshops on, which will come back to Council in April, which we have all of the projects that we want in there, which highlights our vision, and this will play a role in that. And then we have our 4-year delivery plan and our yearly operational plan. So I think that's our framework, and it's up to councillors, either through that process, through motions of floor of council, to add into that, and then we community consultation. Like, that's the simple of it. But I can't. I just, if you want to have that up as a separate item at another time to get that briefing.
Well, I would, because I'm not really sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure everybody has the same understanding of what our responsibilities are legislatively and also from a regulatory point of view.
Yeah, I'm sure that I'd recommend the CEO. Can we just have a briefing about that, about point 5? So I think we can organise that immediately. But I can't rule it as part of this motion because I don't see the nexus between this and the Michael Wendon Centre in particular. No.
Just on this motion, can we request we bring it forward at the April meeting, please? We have just been asked for an extension. We're quite busy.
So what exactly was the request?
Thank you. Through the CEO, we're just requesting an additional month so we can put the report through the proper internal governance framework and within our social infrastructure planning framework, so that the various staff are briefed and we provide a proper well-versed report back to you. We around the whole suite of aquatics. What we will do also in addition is then to concentrate on presenting a timeline for the Michael Wendon. Just gives us that extra month just to do that work, if that's okay.
Yeah, well, and Councillor Goodman, are you happy though, or would it even help if we just put this as part of the CSP and make it as part of the planning then?
Yeah, that's probably even better.
So,
but were you talking about point 5 where to the next ordinary meeting you just want to postpone it to the one after?
Yeah, so I'm saying you can do it in April, but I'm saying maybe we put it as part of the CSP.
Yes.
So it just gives them even a little bit more time and they can work on the game plan strategy. So
yeah, no problem.
All right, so if we can make that amendment, if the seconder, sorry, whoever the seconder was about, Councillor Moon. Yeah. All right, any other further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, declare the motion carried. Division, you need another council to stand with you for it. You need another, I think, is it 2 or 3 councillors to stand with you? 2 division. No worries. 3? All right, so the division's been called. All those in favour of the motion, please stand. Was unanimous. Thank you. Thank you. Good stretch your legs. Thank you. All right, great. Next item is NOM 12, page 280, about the Chamber of Commerce. Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, and through the CEO. The Liverpool Chamber of Commerce is a valuable not-for-profit organisation.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, don't want to cut you off, but I'm just mindful of time.
Let's put the motion that Council reinstate the automatic practice of booking a council table at the Liverpool Chamber of Commerce guest speaker monthly meetings. There's 4 of them a year. The table be named and known as the Harry Hunt OAM table in recognition and honour of Harry Hunt OAM as the Liverpool Chamber's longest-serving president and in memory of Harry's remarkable service and advocacy for Liverpool. 3, the table be booked under Liverpool Council's existing Liverpool Chamber of Commerce membership, and condition of non-attendance after booking to the booking to be the financial responsibility of those people who accepted but who failed to attend. So if you don't attend,
thank you. Deputy Mayor, can I recommend adding another point?
Yes.
The council become a corporate sponsor as previous custom for the Liverpool Chamber of Commerce at a cost of $5,000. Right. If you're no, it's not. No, it's not. It's from my understanding from Mr. Cardazano, who runs the sponsorships. His council's not a sponsor of the chamber anymore.
They do have our logo on
I beg to differ, Mr. Mayor. I just spoke to the director and asked, and she said we are a platinum member. I asked before I walked in, honestly.
Yeah, okay.
I think we're a sponsor, but not a platinum member.
Well, it's not even about being a platinum member.
A sponsor. There's a difference between a sponsor and
no, I definitely know. Liverpool Council is a member of the Liverpool Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah.
But not a sponsor.
Not a sponsor. Well, all right. Well, can I say that if we aren't a corporate sponsor, that we become a corporate sponsor of the Chamber of Commerce?
Happy with that?
Yeah, and I'm happy to second it.
Sorry, an oversight on my part. I'm a member of the Chamber of Commerce, and I'll be declaring a conflict of interest and leaving the room. Want to start giving him $5,000?
Is that a non? So, if declaring a conflict of interest, council, would you like to declare what type of conflict?
Non-pecuniary, non-significant. Leaving the room. Thank you.
No worries.
Same here, Mr. Mayor. I'm also a member of the Chamber of Commerce.
And it's a
so I will do exactly the same as councillor.
Use as a toilet break. No problems. No worries. Great. Okay. No worries. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I declare it carried. I now we'll now move into confidential items, and prior to doing that, I'll give everyone a quick toilet break. About Harry Hunt, and I was supposed to do this as part of the condolence motion, so my apologies, councillors. So it was basically about his family has requested whether council could make available the Casula Powerhouse for a memorial there for his family. Basically, just an a space that council had where they can go out there and with the large amount of people that he helped, that they want to be able to, I guess, accommodate them to come and because there was obviously the funeral was very private for the family, so they're wondering if council could make available the Casula Powerhouse for the family. I'm mindful that would have a potentially budgetary impact, potentially. So, nothing. Do you want to allocate the money, or would you be able to do it through this year? Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. So, council, to simplify the process, I can move it as a mayoral minute and or an urgency motion if anybody wants to move it. Urgency, Deputy Mayor.
I'll move it as an urgency.
Seconded, Councillor Harrell. So the motion is that council make available the Casula Powerhouse for a memorial for Harry Hunt. All right. I do a motion. All right. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, declare the motion carried.
Can we name that as being...
unanimous?
Yes, thank you.
Yep. Yep, no worries. Thank you. And thank you. Okay. Next item, so I now would like to move that council move into closed session. Under section, so I'd like to move that council moves into closed session to deal with confidential matters. Under section 10A2C of the Local Government Act, because it contains information that would, if disclosed, confer commercial advantage on a person whom council is conducting or propose to conduct a business with. So I'd like to move that way. Do I have a seconder? Yeah, second, Councilman. All in favour? Against? Declare carried. So thank you, everyone. We're now officially in closed session. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. I'll now read out. Council has resolved the following items in the closed session. Conf 01, that council approves the acquisition of lot 133 DP 17134, 39 Newbridge Road, Chipping Norton, under the provisions of the Moorebank Voluntary Acquisition Scheme for the price and terms outlined in this report. Upon settlement of the acquisition, classifies lot 133 DP 17134, 39 Newbridge Road, Chipping Norton as community land. 3, keeps confidential this report pursuant to the provisions of Section 10A2C of the Local Government Act, as this information would, if disclosed, confer a commercial advantage on a person with whom council is conducting or proposes to conduct a business, and authorizes the delegated officer to execute any documents under the power of attorney necessary to give effect to the decision. On being put to the meeting, the motion was declared carried. The next item was Conf 02. So the motion was, who seconded that motion? Was that the seconded Councillor Calienda? Conf 02, that council receive a detailed briefing on all matters and legal service report and the Section 34 process. On being put, the motion was declared carried. Next item is Conf 03. This matter was deferred to the next council meeting. So next one is next one was the confirmation of the minutes of the council meeting. On being put, the motion was declared carried. And the last was the urgency motion. The council direct the CEO to engage an independent auditor investigator to assess the procedural validity and legal appropriateness of decisions made regarding but limited to A, the commercial borrowings to fund the cost of the project, B, execution of loan documents with regards to commercial funding, C, the necessity to seek additional funds to complete the project as planned and advise the community, with particular regard to when senior staff and the CEO were made aware of the deficit in funding and the decision not to bring that information to council as a matter of urgency, D, the way in which the interest rate subsidies were sought through childcare and library components of the building, 2, appoint a project management specialist with a proven history of successful delivery of projects of the size and complexity to manage all aspects of the construction and fit-out phase of Civic Place moving forward, ASAP, following the procurement process. 3, bring back a report to council on the findings of point 1 and 2. On being put, the meeting was declared carried unanimously. And that having been said, I now declare the meeting closed at 6:56. Thank you, everybody.